Hamilton City stepped into January with an unexpected chill. The wind from the lake swept across the deserted streets like a sharp blade, slipping into every gap, slicing through every space between skin and clothing. The streetlights flickered dimly, as though they were trying to fight against the heavy white fog that fell steadily from the gray sky. The city still moved, still breathed, but at a slower, quieter pace, as if even the city itself was shivering in the cold that cut straight to the bone. In the suburbs, where no one cared to step outside anymore, there was a small alley hidden between old, dark brick walls and tilted trash bins. No one called it by name, no address, no sign. No one paid any attention. The wind here blew harder, crashing against the walls before swirling back, creating icy gusts that howled in the distance, like a quiet moan. Stray cat footprints were faintly imprinted in the thin snow, weaving through torn trash bags, discarded cans, and broken pieces of wood, a place that even winter seemed to care little about, as if it didn't bother to stay long enough to make a mark. At the deepest corner of the alley, right against a crumbling brick wall, there was a small, still shape. It was a baby, no more than a few hours old. The tiny body was wrapped in a thin, old blanket so frail that the yellow light from a distant street lamp could still pass through the fabric. A tiny hand stuck out from the edge of the blanket, its fingers motionless. The skin was no longer pink, but had turned a pale blue, the lips purple, and the face twisted in an attempt to fight off the cold. But there was no strength left to do so. There was no crying, no call for help, no sign of the person who had abandoned this baby, except for a small, wet scrap of paper that had fallen beside it, its illegible writing blurred by the frost. The baby lay there like a piece of discarded foil, blown by the wind, so small that no one even noticed, so weak that life hung on by the thinnest breath. The entire alley was wrapped in a suffocating silence. No one passed by. The nearby apartments were all locked, windows shut tight, curtains drawn. The wind was the only thing alive in this place, cold, indifferent, and regular, blowing through as if this life was just another speck of dust in the harsh, uncaring streets. Time dragged on, each minute stretching like an hour. The snow kept falling, heavier now. The first flakes were light and small, but now they were big and heavy, hitting the ground with a muffled thud, burying any sign of life. The white snow began to cover the edge of the blanket, then the tiny arm. By the time a snowflake landed on the baby's forehead and slowly melted from the last bit of warmth, the 10th and 20th snowflakes were slowly blanketing the bare feet. In a city where no one knew anyone, the child was sinking into the darkness not with a cry, but with absolute silence. And then, from far, far away, a figure began to approach on 4 legs, with a low stature and eyes as if they could see through the thick frost. He was a German shepherd, trained once, something you could still see, even though his fur, now matted and tangled, had hidden the figure he once was. Bravo moved slowly, his paws sinking gently into the thin layer of snow, leaving tracks that stretched like trails of memory behind him. His back arched from hunger. His ribs poked through his coat, each one a sharp reminder of how every day had become a fight to survive. Bravo's eyes were no longer as sharp as when he worked alongside his soldier, but still, there was something there, something hard to explain. Fatigue, yes. Alertness, yes. But beneath it all, there was a glimmer, a spark like the last piece of a promise that hadn't been erased yet. An old vow. Bravo stopped. His nose twitched. There was something different tonight. It wasn't the smell of trash. It wasn't the stench of spoiled meat or the death of rats. It was something faint, fragile, the scent of milk mixed with fresh skin. a breath of life, a cry not yet born. Without hesitation, Bravo turned. Not in a rush, but steady. He entered the alley and stopped a few steps from the baby. The tiny figure wrapped in a stained blanket lay still. No movement, no sound. But Bravo knew something was there, something that needed to be seen. He approached slowly. The wind blew, bringing a few snowflakes that landed on Bravo's nose. But Bravo didn't blink, his eyes locked on the small, fragile body. A hint of doubt, a flicker of fear. And then, Bravo lowered his head. His cold nose gently brushed against the baby's cold cheek. Bravo froze, not from fear, but because the baby's skin was cold. Unnervingly cold, so cold that it felt like he had just touched a stone. And from where his nose had touched, Bravo heard it a faint but distinct sound. A breath, as fragile as a thread, interrupted. Bravo stood motionless. Not a muscle moved. That moment felt like an eternity. And then, as if something had awakened deep in his chest, Bravo let out a low, soft sound. A sound that seemed long forgotten. Not a bark to call for help. Not a warning cry, but recognition. Bravo didn't know why he had stopped here. He didn't know why his paws had taken him down this alley. But now everything was clear. It was Bravo. It was the baby. It was the wind. It was the old vow that had never been forgotten. To protect. Bravo didn't turn away. He didn't hesitate anymore. After that moment, after that slight shiver of the tiny life, Bravo lay down. Not to rest, not from exhaustion, but to become a wall, a shelter, the last warmth left in the cold, indifferent winter night. Bravo curled his body, gently moving so that his chest, belly, and legs pressed firmly against the baby. The snow was falling heavier now, and the wind began to howl more fiercely. But Bravo didn't move. He didn't shrink away. He lay there, holding the tiny form close to him like a living blanket. Bravo's breathing was steady. Each exhale formed a thin cloud of mist that vanished into the air. But something was different. With each breath, with every puff of warmth, it felt like he was sending a message to life itself. Stay. Please, stay. The wind battered against Bravo's back. Snow piled on his shoulders and neck, but Bravo never moved from his place. Beginning with gentle licks, he lowered his head and carefully licked the baby's forehead. His tongue touched the skin, already nearly purple with cold. Then he moved to the cheek, down to the neck. Bravo wasn't doing this out of instinct. He wasn't just trying to warm the baby. No, this was something deeper, something like a revival, holding on to the last bit of warmth that fragile body could still hold. And then, that small body shifted slightly. A small twitch. Not enough to call it a movement, but for Bravo, it was a tremor. He let out a soft groan, a muffled, deep sound, but not from pain. It was almost like a whisper, encouraging. That's it, just a little more. The next gust of wind slammed into the alley like a cold knife. But now, what was once the forgotten crevice of this world had become a sanctuary. Not because of the brick walls, not because of a roof overhead, but because of the thin, unwavering body of a German shepherd, a creature who had sworn never to turn its back on the weakest of things. Bravo lifted his head. His eyes scanned the alley. Empty. No people. No lights, no breaths, but the one coming from the child growing thinner in his care. Bravo knew. He couldn't wait. He couldn't stay here forever. He rose to his feet and took a few steps back, lifted his head. And then... The first bark rang out, a hoarse sound, but loud, not vicious, not angry, more like a desperate cry sent into the dark night. Then a second bark, louder, longer. Bravo turned back to look at the baby, still lying still. No movement. Bravo let out a sharp breath, his ears standing tall. And then, he barked again. The sound bounced off the cold brick walls, echoing like the knock of a restless spirit. One bark, then two, then three. In a city where no one listened, Bravo chose to be the awakener. And though he wasn't sure anyone would hear, he kept going. Because in that moment, there was a life that needed saving. And Bravo, he wouldn't leave. Less than 3 blocks away from the alley where Bravo barked, a man sat slouched against the rusted frame of a broken-down telephone booth. His thin coat had holes at the shoulders, his jeans were stained with grease, and his sneakers had no soles left. It was all he had to fight against the Hamilton winter. His name was Emmett Granger, 62 years old. Once a skilled carpenter, renowned for crafting walnut tables for the mayor's office. He had a wife, a son, a small light blue house with a white picket fence, and a vine of purple grapes growing up the side of the porch. But that house was gone. It burned to the ground on a winter night 14 years ago. At the time, Emmett was working a late shift in the shop. They said it was a short circuit, that the flames caught on the curtains. By the time the neighbors broke down the door, it was too late. The house and the 2 people he loved most in this world were reduced to ashes. Emmett never returned to the workshop, never touched the saw, the plane, or the square again. The ashes seemed to swallow up the hands that once crafted the softest wooden doors in town. He left every place that had once been called home. And from then on, he lived like a ghost, silently drifting through the streets. At night, Emmett curled up beneath the stairs of an abandoned, run-down apartment building. Low ceilings, dust everywhere, just enough space for him to lie on his side. He called it his peaceful coffin, where he escaped the cold and the pain of remembering. Each morning, Emmett wandered through the trash piles, looking for plastic bottles, beer cans. On lucky days, he found leftover bread. Some days, nothing at all. But he didn't complain. He didn't throw things around. He didn't demand. He just existed. And tonight was no different. The wind hit Emmett's side as he lay there, the thin, tattered blanket pulled up to his chin. His chest wheezed with each breath, the sound of someone who had learned to endure. He closed his eyes, tried not to think about the little blue house, tried not to remember the look in his son's eyes, tried to ignore the emptiness inside. But then, the first bark sounded. Emmett opened his eyes, not out of curiosity, but because in that bark, there was something different. The second bark came more urgently, breaking through the wind like a cry of someone losing something precious. Emmett sat up, his head bumping lightly against the concrete ceiling. He listened. Another bark, then a soft whimper, not from an ordinary lost dog, but a sound, a plea, as if someone was screaming, "Please, don't leave me alone." Emmett didn't know why his feet moved. He only knew that something in his chest stirred lightly, but clearly. He stepped out from his hiding place, pulling his worn coat tight around him, stumbling through the snow. The soles of his shoes were gone, each step slicing into his feet, but Emmett didn't stop. The barks led him like the heartbeat of something more alive than he'd felt in years. And he walked, past the park, past the broken street lights, past the old grocery store at the corner, until he reached the entrance of an alley where something extraordinary was waiting. Emmett couldn't remember how many turns he'd taken, how many mounds of snow he'd crossed. All he knew was that each bark felt like a needle straight to his chest. It wasn't loud, it wasn't fierce, but it repeated, steady, like the heartbeat of someone keeping another alive at the edge of the freezing abyss. The alley appeared like a tear in the city's fabric. The streetlights didn't reach here. Only the dim, flickering glow of a neon bulb on the other side of a wall, casting jagged shadows over the snow and garbage. Emmett stopped at the edge of the alley. His eyes hadn't adjusted to the dark yet, but his ears weren't mistaken. A soft groan. Different from what he had imagined. Then, from deep within the shadows, a shape emerged. Bravo. The German Shepherd was curled up, back to the outside, head slightly raised, eyes wide open. But what froze Emmett in his tracks wasn't Bravo's thin frame or his matted, snow-caked fur. It was the eyes. Amber eyes, calm, not frantic, not aggressive, but pleading. Bravo looked at Emmett as if he had been waiting for him all this time. No more barking, no growling, just eyes, staring with an expression that made Emmett's heart stutter. He took a step forward. The snow under his feet crunched. Bravo didn't move. He just flattened his ears, then slowly shifted his head aside. And in that moment, Emmett saw it. A tiny figure nestled in Bravo's body, so small that for a second he thought it was just an old piece of cloth discarded on the ground. But as he got closer, he saw the skin darkening into purple, the dry lips, the chest rising faintly, so faint that only those who had known loss could dare believe there was still life left. Emmett didn't move, didn't breathe. The world around him seemed frozen, held in a solitary frame. A stray dog, a dying child, and a man standing on the edge between memory and reality. Bravo lowered his head, gently licking the baby's forehead. It wasn't an animal's instinctive act. It was something deeper, something once known as a duty. A vow. Emmett whispered, "My God." A gust of wind swept through, sending snow swirling around his heels. He bent down, slowly kneeling, his knees meeting the cold ground. Bravo didn't pull back, didn't bark. He let out a soft groan, as if to say, "I've done all I can. Now, it's your turn." Emmett's hand trembled as he reached out. His skin was rough, cracked from years of neglect, and it had been so long since he had touched something so fragile. But when his fingertips brushed against the baby's cheek, a faint breath met his skin. Still alive. A small sob escaped from Emmett's throat. It wasn't loud. It wasn't a cry. It was just a choked sound, like the shattering of something he thought he had lost forever. Bravo gently licked Emmett's hand. Their eyes met. No words were spoken, but something had been given. Emmett didn't remember how many turns he had taken, how many snowdrifts he had crossed. All he knew was that each bark cut through his chest like a compass, pulling him forward. It wasn't loud, it wasn't fierce, but it repeated, steady, like the heartbeat of someone holding another alive in the depths of an icy world. The alley appeared like a tear in the heart of the city. The streetlights didn't reach here. Only the dim, flickering glow of a neon bulb on the other side of a wall, casting jagged shadows over the snow and the garbage. Emmett stopped at the edge of the alley. His eyes hadn't yet adjusted to the darkness, but his ears weren't wrong. A small groan, different from what he had imagined. Then, from deep within the shadows, a shape appeared. Bravo. The German Shepherd lay curled, back turned to the outside, head slightly raised, eyes wide open. But what froze Emmett in his tracks wasn't Bravo's thin frame or his matted, snow-soaked fur. It was the eyes. Amber eyes, not panicked, not aggressive, but pleading. Bravo looked at Emmett like he had been waiting for him all this time. No more barking, no growling, just eyes, staring with an expression that made Emmett's heart stop. Emmett took a step forward. The snow under his feet cracked. Bravo didn't move. He just flattened his ears, then slowly shifted his head to the side. And in that moment, Emmett saw it. A tiny form nestled against Bravo's body, so small that at first he thought it was just an old piece of cloth thrown away. But as he stepped closer, he saw the skin, bruised and purple, the dry lips, the chest rising faintly, so faint that only someone who had known loss could dare believe it still had life in it. Emmett didn't move, didn't breathe. The world around him seemed frozen, held in a solitary frame. A stray dog, a dying child, and a man standing at the edge between memory and reality. Bravo lowered his head, gently licking the baby's forehead. It wasn't an animal's instinctive gesture. It was something deeper, something once known as a duty, a vow. Emmett whispered, "My God." A strong gust of wind swept through, sending snow swirling around his feet. He bent down slowly, kneeling. His knees met the cold, hard ground. Bravo didn't step back, didn't bark. He only let out a low whimper, almost as if to say, "I've done all I can. Now it's your turn." Emmett's hand shook as he reached out. His skin was wrinkled and calloused, hands that hadn't touched something so fragile in so long. But when his fingertips brushed against the baby's cheek, a faint breath met his skin. Still alive. A soft, broken sob escaped from Emmett's throat. Not loud, not a full cry, just a choking sound, like the shattered pieces of something he thought he'd lost forever. Bravo gently licked Emmett's hand. Their eyes met. No words passed between them. But something was shared. Emmett knelt down. Not because of the cold, nor because of exhaustion, but because his legs had touched something sacred, something more important than any dream he'd ever had during the years he'd lived as a shadow on the streets. In front of him was a child. But deeper than that was the ghost of something lost. Another snowy evening, a high fever, a cry of "Dad" that would never be answered. Emmett had arrived too late. His little boy, back then, never had the chance to wait for him to come home. His hands trembled, not because of the wind, but because the memories rushed in, like ashes brushing against his palms. He placed his hand on the baby's skin, cold to the touch. But that cold made his heart burn again. Bravo stayed close, never taking his eyes off the baby. The dog licked the child's cheek, then raised his head, watching Emmett's every breath. No words, no gestures. Bravo just stood watch, like an old soldier, handing over his post to the last of his comrades. Emmett lowered his head and carefully removed his worn coat. The fabric was frayed at the cuffs, the buttons missing 2 of them, but he lifted it up, like it was the most important thing in the world. He wrapped the baby in the coat, pulling the fragile form close to his chest. His heartbeat thundered through his ribs, unsteady, but alive. He whispered, his breath forming clouds of white. "It's okay. I'll take you. I won't let anyone be lost again." Bravo let out a quiet whimper as if in agreement. Emmett tightened his grip around the tiny body in his arms and stood up. A wave of dizziness hit him. His knees wobbled. His spine felt like it was being squeezed by the weight of old pain. But he didn't allow himself to fall. Not tonight. Not when a life was still hanging by a fragile thread in his arms. Emmett stepped out of the alley. With each step, his muscles protested, pulling him back toward that familiar, paralyzing numbness. But this time, it was different. This time, he had a reason. The snow still fell. The wind still howled. But Emmett didn't stop. Bravo walked just behind him, every step in sync. No command needed. No words spoken. Just presence. As if they had fought side by side in some distant battle, and tonight, they were reunited in this white trench of snow. 2 figures, 1 man, 1 dog, cut across the streets of Hamilton like a whisper of love that had survived the ruin. Bravo occasionally let out a soft whine, lifting his head to glance at Emmett and then back at the baby. The three of them silent, but bound together by an invisible thread that anyone could feel, if they stopped long enough to look. 10 blocks ahead was the police station. Emmett knew that, but his old feet weren't so sure anymore. "Come on, just a little more," he whispered to himself, to the baby, and to Bravo, though they all knew the prayer was for all of them. And on that night, a strange family was born, not by blood, not by law, but by a moment where the hearts of a man and a dog made the same vow. The wind hit his face like a whip, sharp and cold. Emmett lowered his head, instinctively drawing his shoulders in, his hands clutching the baby tightly as if afraid that fragile warmth might slip away at any moment. His thin coat was soaked, sticking to his body like ice. Each breath that escaped him was a wisp of white smoke, so thin it almost vanished in the snow-covered night. Hamilton's streets at dawn were nothing like during the day. The long, straight roads were empty, no cars, no footsteps. The yellow streetlights flickered faintly through the heavy snow falling steadily. The tall buildings stood silent, their glass windows fogged with the cold, reflecting Emmett's unsteady shadow. At his feet, the snow had covered most of the lane markings. The sidewalks were lost, replaced by an endless stretch of white. With each step, he sank a little deeper, leaving heavy footprints that were quickly swallowed up by the fresh layer of snow. Beside him, Bravo ran close, never a step behind. His 4 legs, lean yet strong, cut through the snow with a steady rhythm, his thin body still keeping pace as if he had been trained to weather storms like this. Bravo glanced at Emmett. A glance that wasn't long, didn't stop, but was enough to send a message, an unspoken reminder. Keep moving forward. Emmett silently counted the blocks. In his mind, the city map flickered like a faint glow from a distant memory. He knew how far the police station was. He knew that if he kept going straight, he only needed to cross 3 more streets. But his body and his mind were battling every step of the way. His breathing became ragged. Pain started rising from his lower abdomen, spreading to his ribs. His chest felt like it was being squeezed. His hand still held the baby tightly, but his legs were betraying him. One step, then another, and then slip. Emmett fell to the ground, his knee slammed into the cold concrete beneath the snow. A soft groan escaped his throat. The baby in his arms let out a faint sound, almost like a hiccup. Bravo stopped immediately. Bravo turned back and walked toward Emmett. His nose touched Emmett's hand. A gentle lick, then a low, hoarse whine from Bravo's throat, soft but reassuring. It wasn't a request, it was encouragement. Emmett looked up. His face was pale from the cold, his eyes blurred by the snowflakes falling around him. Then he locked eyes with Bravo, amber eyes gleaming in the dim yellow streetlight. No panic, no pressure, just one thing: don't give up. A deep breath. 2 hands pressed into the ground. Emmett struggled to stand. His knees burned with pain. His spine felt like it was being split in 2, but he managed to rise. Bravo stepped back, then turned and began walking again. No command, no signal. Bravo understood. And at that moment, the 2 of them moved forward again. The wind howled against their ears. The snow kept falling, as if trying to erase every trace of their journey. But amid the cold white, there was one mark that couldn't be covered. An imprint of sheer will. Emmett wasn't walking for strength anymore. He was walking for a life, and for a promise he'd never spoken aloud. His breath started to burn in his throat. Each inhale felt like fire tearing through his chest. The wind still hit him, sharp, blowing straight into his face, blurring his vision with tears. The wet snow soaked through his coat, freezing against his bones. But in that moment, memories he never asked for came rushing back like a flood. Another winter night. A harsh, dry cough echoed in a small, cold room. Emmett had still been a father then. His little boy was curled up on a bed made of 2 old mattresses, his face flushed with fever, hands trembling, lips turning pale. Emmett had run out of the workshop, late for his shift, rushing to the bus stop, hoping to make it home. But that day, the bus didn't stop. And the phone he carried, the only thing that kept him connected, had died at 6:13. By the time Emmett made it to the hospital, it was late. The doctor held a gray blanket in his hands, and no words were needed after that. The wind tonight smelled just like the wind from that day. The cold seeped into his heart, draining both strength and hope. Emmett stopped for a moment, his breath catching. His legs trembled, as if he might collapse right there. But in his arms, the tiny baby still breathed. Soft, fragile breaths. But they were there. And Emmett could feel it, the small body growing colder by the minute. He tightened his hold, pressing the baby closer to his chest, where his own heart beat unevenly from exhaustion. Emmett whispered softly, over and over, "Don't sleep. Please, don't sleep. Can you stay awake?" No one answered. Only the sound of snow beneath his feet and the wind howling across the rooftops. Then Bravo barked sharply, a short, abrupt sound. Then another, like a signal of something. Emmett turned instinctively. In the distance, through the thick snow and the faint glow of streetlights, a taxi glided past the intersection. The dim yellow headlights pierced the fog for a moment, then disappeared around the corner. Emmett froze for a second. His hand gripped the coat around the baby. His whole body shook. He wanted to run. He wanted to scream. But his throat tightened. His legs wouldn't move. And the taxi vanished like a mirage. Bravo stepped forward a few paces, stopped, and turned back to look at him. The dog's ears stood tall, eyes full of meaning, as if to say, "There's no time left." Emmett nodded, though he wasn't sure if he was nodding to Bravo or to himself. He took another step. Then another. The wind continued to lash at his face. His throat burned with each breath. Every time he climbed a small incline, his body screamed to collapse. But in his arms, the baby was still breathing, still alive. 3 more blocks. Just 3 more blocks. The yellow lights of the police station would appear. Someone would help. There would be warmth. There would be a chance. Emmett didn't know how much longer he could go, but he knew one thing for once. He couldn't be too late. Bravo kept running beside him, not faltering, not slowing down. The two of them, with the tiny baby in Emmett's arms, pressed through the snowstorm as if their very lives were being measured by each step they took. The wind slapped his face like a cold blow, making Emmett stagger. His foot slipped on the newly frozen snow, and he nearly fell forward. Bravo immediately let out a warning growl, then turned, positioning himself across Emmett's path, half of his body shielding him. The baby made a faint, barely audible sound, a breath so fragile it seemed ready to snap like a thin thread in the freezing cold. Emmett fell to his knees hitting the snow-covered road hard. His chest pressed against the icy ground. His breath came in ragged gasps, his vision blurry from the wind and exhaustion. But still, there was the warmth of the tiny life in his arms. Still there was Bravo's amber gaze, watching him, calm and unwavering, not frantic, not urging, but standing quietly like a living shield. Bravo took a step forward, his back arched defensively, ears standing tall, legs planted firmly in the snow. Bravo didn't bark. He simply stood there, resolute as he had once stood before every danger during his time as a K-9. Bravo had protected his team in the face of gunfire. Now, in front of him, there was only an old man shivering and a fragile life. Yet that instinct didn't change. A distant siren pierced the air. Emmett couldn't tell if it was the police or an ambulance. All he knew was that the sound cut straight through his chest, snapping him back to reality. He couldn't stop. Not now. Not when a life still hung by a thread in his arms. With a final, exhausting effort, Emmett pressed his hand to the icy ground and pushed himself to his feet. His back screamed with pain, his shoulders were frozen stiff, but his arms still held the baby close, the coat wrapped tightly around them like a final cocoon. Each step now wasn't just a step. It was a silent declaration. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. Ahead, through the thick snowstorm, the dim yellow lights began to appear. Small at first, but unmistakably there. With every step, those lights grew larger. A low building, gray brick walls, and a roof with peeling paint. But in the darkness, it glowed like a beacon. The police station. Bravo paced beside Emmett, not faster, not slower, just steady. Their steps synchronized, the sound of their paws crunching through the snow a steady rhythm, like the beating of one heart. When Emmett slipped, Bravo's shoulder took the hit. When the wind blew harshly, Bravo stepped in front, blocking his way. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. They simply moved forward, 3 lives bound together by a vow. The baby was still breathing. Weakly, but still breathing. Emmett looked down at the tiny face resting on his chest. Her eyelids didn't flutter, but her faint breath still passed, thanks to the warmth of his body. And thanks to Bravo, the dog who refused to leave, who barked into the night like the wind, who licked the frozen snow from the baby's eyes with a determination that needed no words. At the end of the street, the yellow light spilled across the snow in a long, sharp streak. Emmett tightened his hold on the baby. Bravo leaned forward. In that moment, the 3 of them, no longer separate beings, were one heartbeat, one breath, one belief. They had made it. They had arrived just before it was too late. And when their feet crossed into the light, Bravo lifted his head and barked, not to call out, but as a confirmation. "We're here." The door to the police station swung open just as a gust of snow howled through the street. Snow swirled inside, carrying the chill and Bravo's quiet whine. The white light from the overhead fluorescent lights swept across the floor, reflecting off the wet tiles, and caught Emmett's exhausted face holding the baby tightly in the soaked, thin coat. A young officer rushed forward. Beside him, a night shift nurse pushed a stretcher out of the emergency room, her gloved hands trembling but swift. No one asked questions then. Only the sound of hurried footsteps, the stretch of arms reaching out, and the door slamming shut behind them. Bravo was held back in the lobby, tethered by a leash fastened to a metal hook. An officer followed protocol, but didn't realize that this action was like ripping a heart from its body. Bravo whined. The sound wasn't loud, wasn't sharp, but it was thick with pain. His amber eyes locked on the stretcher, as though he wanted to tear down everything between him and the baby. Emmett collapsed into a wooden chair nearby, his eyes fixed on the white door that slowly closed behind the nurse. His hands trembled. His face was wet. I'm not sure if it was from sweat or the melting snow. The smell of antiseptic and the heavy breath of the night mixed together, making the air feel dense, suffocating. In his mind, there was only one rhythm. Is she still alive? Is she still alive? The radio from the front desk crackled with midnight news. Someone coughed. Someone was brewing coffee. Everything felt so ordinary, But to Emmett, every second stretched out, an endless road with no end in sight. The door opened. A young man in a white coat stepped out, his mask pulled down, eyes still tense from the emergency. "Are you the baby's father?" The voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the silence of the hallway. Emmett looked up. He didn't answer right away. His mouth opened, but the words seemed stuck in his throat. His gaze wandered off, then landed on Bravo. Bravo was still looking at him. There was something in his eyes, not pleading, not fearful, but something like passing on the responsibility. A gaze that seemed to pass the last bit of light from the night. Emmett clenched his hand into his thigh. Silence wrapped around them before he shook his head softly. "No," he replied. "I'm just the one who found her." The doctor nodded slightly. "The baby's hypothermic, but it's not too late. If you had come 15 minutes later..." He trailed off. No need to finish the sentence. The last words were swallowed in the quiet exhale of breath. Emmett nodded faintly, saying nothing more. But his eyes met Bravo's again. The two of them, the man who had lost his child and the dog who had lost his owner, sat there, not touching, not speaking a word, but watching the door like their hearts had been given entirely to the tiny life inside. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Bravo didn't move. As soon as the baby was taken into the medical room, Bravo stepped up to the glass door and lay down just like a soldier on watch. No barking, no scratching, no howling like abandoned dogs do. He simply lay still, ears upright, eyes following every movement inside, where the small bed lay under the harsh white lights. Each time the baby shifted slightly, Bravo tilted his head. When the baby's breathing machine released a soft puff of air from her tiny nose, Bravo synced his breath with hers, as if trying to share a breath across the few meters that separated them. A nurse passed by. She stopped, slightly bent down. Surprised because she had never seen a dog so still. Its eyes weren't wild. They weren't the lost, hollow gaze of a stray. They were the eyes of a warrior standing guard. Those eyes held absolute focus and something ancient that people might call duty. A middle-aged officer approached from the end of the hallway. His coat was loosely draped over his shoulders, and his breath formed small clouds in the cold air. When he saw Bravo, he paused for a moment, then slowly sat down beside him. The officer looked at Bravo's collar, a silver tag, weathered and nearly worn away by the snow, but still legible enough to read. "Unit 12, K9 Bravo." The officer muttered softly, "This one was a soldier." No one replied, but the nurse's gaze shifted, her posture changing. She stood still, her eyes lingering on Bravo with a new understanding. A flash of memory passed through the officer's mind. The landslide in Montana 4 years ago. A K9 unit had been deployed. One of the dog unit Bravo had crawled into a narrow rock crevice and found 3 survivors that the rescue equipment couldn't detect. When the rescue team reached them, Bravo had been lying on top of the last victim, protecting him from the crushing weight of the falling rocks. The officer wasn't sure, but something in his heart told him. It was Bravo. Inside the room, the baby stirred. A tiny arm twitched. A soft breath, fragile as silk, passed through the air, and Bravo, still lying there, rested his head against the cold tile floor, eyes never blinking. Emmett arrived. His hands shook, but his steps were steady. He didn't ask, didn't call. He simply sat down next to Bravo. One hand gently placed on the dog's rough back right where a small scar had once been, near the left shoulder. Bravo turned his head, looking at him. No sound. But in that look, there was something unspoken. Neither of them said a word, but they both understood. In that moment, they weren't strangers anymore. They weren't two survivors wandering aimlessly in the night. On the cold tile floor of the police station, under the harsh white light from the medical room, a man and a dog sat side by side, silent. And somewhere in the silence, it was as if an old vow, one buried under the weight of time, was quietly coming back to life. The first sound to come from the medical room wasn't the hum of machines, nor the voice of the doctor, but a cry weak but clear. Like a thin thread breaking free from a thick layer of ice, it reached the ears of everyone waiting outside. The nurse gasped, then smiled with relief. She ran inside, shouting, "The baby's crying! The baby's awake!" Bravo sprang to his feet. His ears stood high, his eyes brightened. He didn't growl, he didn't rush forward, he only let out a soft bark. Short, quiet. But in that sound was a world of revival. The older officer looked up. Emmett jumped to his feet, his hand gripping the edge of the glass door, his eyes wide, his chest tightened, and for the first time, a tear welled up at the corner of his eye. Inside, the baby was wrapped in a warm blanket. Her face had turned a little pink. Her tiny hands flailed in the air, as if searching for something. Bravo's eyes never left her. His forelegs shifted, then stopped when the officer gestured for him to remain still. A nurse approached Bravo, kneeling beside him. Her hand gently rested on the top of his head. Her voice was soft. "Your guardian, aren't you? That name suits you perfectly." Bravo tilted his head. A slight movement, but everyone in the room fell silent, like Bravo had just confirmed it. Emmett pressed his lips together. He didn't know what to say, but his lips twitched, and a small smile curled up, one so faint he didn't even remember the last time he'd smiled. The older officer stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Emmett's shoulder. "You didn't just save a child," he said. "You brought 2 lives back. And, I think maybe 3. Emmett didn't answer. He just nodded so faintly. A little while later, the doctor came out. "The baby's stable. His temperature is normal now. Reflexes are good. And I think he might need someone familiar close by." The officer opened the door to the room. Bravo didn't wait for a command. He stepped in slowly, quietly. He made his way to the bed and lay down, his head resting on the cold floor just beneath the baby's feet, as if that was where he had always belonged. The baby moved again. His eyes fluttered open. When his gaze landed on the brownish-gray form at the foot of the bed, a soft, almost imperceptible sound escaped his throat. Then his small pink lips parted. "Dog!" A sound as faint as the wind, but clear enough to send a shiver through the room. Emmett stood at the door. He stepped in, then sat on the chair beside the bed. His hand rested on his knee, his eyes never leaving the 2 beings before him, one revived, one who had never uttered a vow. He no longer felt invisible. The soft light from the overhead lamp cast a pale yellow glow. The shadows of Emmett, the baby, and Bravo merged together, stretching long across the floor tiles. They looked like a family, a strange, fragmented family, but so real it was almost impossible to believe. The night had blanketed Hamilton City, bringing with it the strange stillness of a world asleep. Through the long glass windows that reached to the ceiling, snowflakes continued to fall scattered and light as a breath, quietly gathering on the windowsill of the 3rd-floor hospital room. In room 302, the amber glow of a nightlight spread a soft, gentle light. It didn't completely banish the darkness, just enough to create a sense of safety, like a hand gently resting on the shoulder of someone who had lost their way. Emmett sat there, at the edge of the hospital bed, one hand lightly resting on the armrest. His back hunched, his shoulders slumped. For the first time in many years since the night his son died, Emmett fell asleep. Not from exhaustion, not from sorrow, but because peace. A fragile peace, bought at the cost of a tattered winter and a journey that seemed to have no way back. On the bed, the baby lay peacefully under the soft gray blanket, chest rising and falling evenly. The baby's cheeks had regained a healthy pink hue, and the tiny eyelashes fluttered as if caught in a wordless dream. Beside the oxygen machine, the rhythmic beep of the heart monitor pulsed steadily, like the heartbeat of the room, holding vigil over this fragile life. At the foot of the bed, Bravo lay curled up on the makeshift medical mattress. His back twitched slightly with each gust of wind that howled through the cracks in the door, but he never moved from his place. His ears twitched at the sound of footsteps from the nurses in the hall. His body seemed still, but every sense was alert, like a taut string stretched between a soul and a duty it could never forget. The peaceful scene filled the small room, but it was far from indifferent. Everything seemed alive in the silence, in the steady hum of the breathing machine, in the warm breaths escaping the baby's dry lips, in Emmett's restless sleep, and in the quiet presence of Bravo, the old soldier who never left his post. The faded tag on Bravo's collar reflected the light from the night lamp, just clear enough to make out the old inscription, "I swear to protect those who cannot protect themselves." No one in the room knew exactly where Bravo's past began. They only knew that where Bravo lay now was not the cold ground of an alley. It was the place of a silent guardian. Emmett didn't snore. He didn't dream. His face softened in sleep, as though a part of him, the hardest, driest part, had finally exhaled. And then, Bravo opened his eyes, not because of a clear sound, but because of a strange instinct, one that time could never dull. From the bed, there was a slight movement, a small shift at the knee, a faint rustling, like silk brushing against itself. Bravo didn't bark. He simply lifted his head, ears tuned to the movement. 4 legs stretched out gently. Bravo's eyes locked on the edge of the bed where the blanket had slipped off, and a small hand was slowly, almost imperceptibly, reaching out beyond the safety of the bed. Bravo stood up, and in that moment his silhouette stretched long in the dim light from the night lamp. It was like a shield without a sword, like a vow come back to life. No alarm, no cry, just the softest shift, like a whisper of wind brushing the edge of the bed. The baby had turned, unnoticed by anyone. The blanket had slipped off completely, and the tiny hand was reaching out, seeking the space beyond. The tiny body tipped instinctively, slowly, quietly, a moment that seemed peaceful. But beneath it lay the edge of the bed and the cold stone floor. Bravo sprang into action. No bark, no whine, no panic, just a swift, decisive leap, fast and sharp, like an arrow released from a bow. Bravo crawled up onto the bed, his 4 paws planted firmly into the mattress, his entire body taut to keep balance. His nose brushed lightly against the baby's shoulder, then his head lowered, cushioning the baby's back, stopping the tiny body just before it could tumble off the bed. No sound. But in that silence, something extraordinary happened. A soft clink rang out from the metal medical tray that Bravo had accidentally knocked over while climbing onto the bed. The noise was enough to wake Emmett. His eyes opened, momentarily unsure of what was happening. And then he saw. His entire body froze. Right before him was Bravo, standing guard at the edge of the bed, 4 legs planted firmly, his back arched like a living shield. On his back, the baby huddled, small hands clutching the thick fur, lips moving softly in a half-dream, half-awake state. Emmett couldn't speak. His throat closed. His heart seemed to stop for a beat. The door to the room flew open. A young nurse rushed in, followed closely by a security officer. Their eyes locked onto the scene unfolding before them. No one screamed. No one flinched. No one said anything in those first few seconds. The room held its breath. Bravo is still holding his position. He didn't look at anyone. He didn't react to the flashlight or the hurried footsteps. His eyes only followed the baby, like the whole world had shrunk to focus on that one fragile form. One more second. If not for Bravo, the baby would have fallen off the bed. But now it was safely nestled within the embrace of a quiet, loyal creature where, it seemed, only memories remained. A soft breath escaped from the baby. Not a cry, not from fear, but a gentle, steady breath. Then the tiny form burrowed deeper into the thick fur on Bravo's chest, eyes closing. No screaming, no panic, just a continuation of sleep. As if the safest place wasn't the hospital bed, but where Bravo was. Under the soft white light, the nurse stepped forward slowly. She bent down, gently running her hand along Bravo's back. A quiet phrase rose from her lips, so soft it felt like the wind, but warm enough for all to hear. "You really are guardian." Bravo didn't react. He simply closed his eyes. End scene. Emmett took a step back, his eyes softening but his lips curving into the faintest smile. The man who had lost everything was now witnessing something he thought he would never have again. A life protected, not by power or medicine, but by an old vow that had never been lost. A nurse approached carefully, her hands steady as if cradling the whole world. She placed the baby back into the center of the bed, adjusting the heart rate monitor and checking each breath. The machine beeped rhythmically, like a quiet whisper confirming that this fragile life was still moving forward. No one spoke, no one moved. The room became still after the brief commotion. But now, the silence wasn't empty. Bravo stepped away from the bed's edge. He jumped down to the floor, then returned to his usual spot under the bed. But this time, Bravo lay closer, his body pressed against the bed's frame, as if, by being just a little closer, he could prevent any danger before it even had a chance to arrive. Bravo gently rested his head on his front paws, eyes still fixed on the baby. Emmett sat back in the chair beside the bed. His body leaned slightly, as if the weight of what had just happened still pressed heavily on his shoulders. But his eyes never left the bed. Not out of fear, but because the emotion was too deep to look anywhere else. Slowly, Emmett's hand moved to his worn coat pocket. He pulled out something thin, creased at the edges. It was a photograph. In the picture, a young boy. A small smile, curly hair, and eyes that looked just like Emmett's. And in the background, a small house, long gone after the fire, all those years ago. Emmett didn't stare at the picture for long. His gaze shifted back to Bravo. The words came out soft, not for anyone to hear, but more like a breath exhaled aloud. "I lost my son?" A pause, but tonight he had been able to save another. Bravo didn't react, just a quiet look, his ears slightly moving, as if sensing something beyond sound, a depth of sincerity. Behind them, a young doctor, only a few weeks into his first shift, stood frozen. He watched the scene unfold, like he was witnessing something inexplicable. His voice lowered. "How was this dog trained?" Emmett turned slightly, not hurriedly, not offering an explanation. He simply shook his head, his voice deep, like a small stick burning slowly in the fireplace. There are some things you don't need training to know how to love. A simple sentence, soft, but in that room, it rang out like a truth that didn't need correction. Bravo still lay still. The baby shifted slightly in her sleep. Emmett tightened his grip on the old photograph, then placed it back in his chest pocket, close to his heart. The lights in the room dimmed again. No one spoke. Only 3 lives remained. 1 man, 1 dog, and 1 child. 3 different beings, but all lying in the same softly lit room. Silence. But in their hearts, no one was alone. It was late. The room was bathed in a soft golden light, as if the entire hospital was trying to hold its breath for the sacred moment that had just been reborn. The hum of the breathing machine was steady, each breath slow and sure, like the footsteps of someone walking through the corridors of memory. Outside, the snow skimmed across the window pane, bringing with it a cold mist, like the lingering fog of a past that hadn't quite faded away. Emmett sat there motionless, only his eyes still full of life. His hand reached into his worn coat pocket, pulling out a small piece of paper, its corners frayed. It was the only photograph left after the fire. In the picture, a young boy, about 5 years old, held a red kite, standing in the middle of a green meadow on a summer day. He didn't look at the photo as a keepsake. He looked at it as though he were meeting someone again, a part of his heart he had once thought had turned to ash long ago. Memories don't need to be called. They flood back with the sound of the breathing machine and the soft light. The memories of that fateful night. The house burning. Emmett, working the night shift, exhausted, catching the later-than-usual bus home. When he arrived, the fire trucks had already left. The neighbors only bowed their heads. And in the pile of ashes, his son was gone. The feeling at that moment, no words could ever describe it. Emmett had stood by the river that winter, wondering if anyone would ever need a man like him to exist anymore. But then he hadn't jumped. Not because he was brave, but because he feared no one would bring his ashes back to the place where his son lay. And now, many years later, a different child lay before him. Small, fragile, but breathing. Beside him, Bravo still lay motionless under the bed. Not moving. Just his ears shifting slightly and his brown eyes glancing at Emmett. No barking, no growling, just a look that knew how to listen, silent yet alive. Emmett exhaled softly. It wasn't clear if it was from choking up, or if something inside his chest was finally softening. He reached out and touched the photo one more time, as if saying a goodbye or a handshake. Then he carefully folded it, slipping it back into the pocket close to his heart. Bravo still didn't take his eyes off him. Maybe Bravo didn't understand what memories were. But in moments like this, like right now, the silence between man and dog seemed louder than any conversation. Emmett lowered his head to look at Bravo. Their eyes met. He nodded, just a small movement. Bravo lowered his gaze. An unspoken agreement had been made through breath, through presence, through a language older than any words. We're still here, and we won't leave. The wind outside gently blew through the window. Inside the room, everything seemed to freeze except for the steady hum of the breathing machine, echoing like the faint heartbeat of life, holding on. Emmett leaned closer, his rough hand gently resting on the tiny chest of the baby. Under the thin layers of fabric, he could feel the fragile warmth and the shallow, weak breaths, but they were there. Not strong, not hurried, but steady. As if that tiny heart had decided it would stay. He leaned closer, his lips moving softly, unsure if it was a word or a breath. But each sound that escaped was so faint it barely touched the baby's lips, no more. "Finn!" The name escaped like a wisp of mist. It wasn't a call. It wasn't a formal name given. It was a redemption, something old but given a new chance. Finn, the name he used to whisper every night, the name of his lost son, the name of dreams buried in ashes. But this time the name no longer carried the same weight. It was spoken like a seed, falling into the crack in his heart, beginning to sprout. The baby didn't respond immediately, but after a few seconds his eyelids fluttered. A small movement, so weak, but real, as if somewhere deep inside, a life was responding to a call that didn't need words. Bravo, still lying beside the bed, tilted his head. His ears perked slightly. Then, Bravo slowly stood up, walked over, and gently licked the back of Emmett's hand. No one spoke. No sounds echoed. But something was acknowledged. No paperwork, no proof. Just the eye's presence and the silent promise shared between three beings: a man, a child, and a dog who had once abandoned its title to keep its heart. An old promise, but this time there was no fire, no sirens, no missed appointments, just the right presence and the timely whisper. Emmett gently clenched his fist. His eyes were red, not from pain, but because something inside him was finally thawing. He looked at Bravo. He didn't need to call his name. But his eyes lingered on the dog's collar, where the old, scratched metal tag still hung loosely. "Thank you," Emmett whispered softly. Just one word. Quiet. But enough. Bravo didn't respond. He simply lowered his eyes, then turned back to lie down, resting his head on the edge of the bed as if that place had long been home. And in that moment, under the dim yellow light, with the steady rhythm of breaths returning, a new family quietly formed. No applause, no accolades, only life returning. Outside the window, the snowstorm finally began to ease. The fierce winds softened into a gentle breath, making way for the small snowflakes to drift like glitter in the night. In the hospital courtyard, the trees trembled lightly but no longer swayed. The sky was still gray, but it no longer felt threatening. As if nature itself was exhaling, bringing the fury to an end. In the small hospital room, the soft amber glow of the nightlight persisted, casting gentle, steady rings of light. It wasn't bright, it wasn't flashy, but it was enough to envelop the room and the three beings within. Emmett sat motionless in the chair, his head tilted slightly back, his eyelids half closed. His hands hung loosely by the armrest, but his body no longer tensed as it had on so many nights before. On the bed, the baby, now wrapped in a thick blanket, lay peacefully. Her tiny face had turned slightly pink, her lips parted as if lost in a distant dream. Her breath, though still weak, was steady and warm. Each time her chest rose and fell, the monitor beside her emitted a soft beep, like the background music for a rare, peaceful night. At the foot of the bed, Bravo curled up, his back pressed against the bed's edge, head resting on his front paws, ears alert to any movement even in his sleep. Bravo's fur shifted slightly whenever the baby moved, like a door left ajar, ready to shield and protect. The door to the room opened softly. A young nurse stepped in, clipboard and vital signs monitor in hand. She took a few steps, then paused. Her eyes fell on the three figures, three souls that seemed forgotten, now lying together as if they had always belonged to one another. She didn't dare break the silence, not out of fear of the noise, but because she understood. This wasn't just sleep. This was the first time in many years. A man who had lost everything was sleeping without the weight of his guilt. A child lost from the world had found a nameless embrace, but one filled with warmth, and a dog who seemed to be nothing but instinct was using that very instinct to rebuild trust. The nurse quietly turned off the monitoring equipment. She withdrew without a sound. The door closed gently, like a soft breath. Inside the room, the yellow light still shone down onto the pale tile floor. And then, it cast a shadow. 3 figures. A thin man. A tiny life wrapped in a blanket. An old German shepherd who had weathered battles. None of them shared the same name. None had official papers. But that night their shadows stretched long, intertwining, as if they had once been a family, only separated by storms. Now, thanks to one cold night, a gust of wind, and a heartbeat that refused to give up, they had found each other again. No promises were needed. Just light. That didn't fade. That morning, the hospital seemed to breathe a little softer. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the fogged window, casting a thin layer of gold onto the white tiles and the wooden chair where Emmett sat. Finn lay in his arms. The baby was stronger now, with rosy cheeks and steady breaths. His eyes were wide open, silently observing the ceiling and the shifting patches of light. On Emmett's lap, the soft blanket was wrapped around the tiny form. Emmett held the small hand of Finn, gently moving it back and forth, like playing an unnamed game. "Finn, look at me," Emmett whispered, his voice fragile, like the rustling of dry leaves. "And this is Bravo, our friend." Bravo lay close to the edge of the bed. His back leaned against the frame, his legs folded and his head rested on his front paws. His eyes were closed, ears relaxed, but Bravo's tail gave a soft wag, as if he had heard his name. A faint ripple of fur shifted with his breath. Finn remained silent. His eyes moved, but his lips stayed sealed. Emmett wasn't disappointed. He had grown used to this silence, the same silence that had caused him to swallow his tears over and over again. This time, though, he smiled, tenderly, as if soothing his own heart. "It's okay. I'll wait for you, as long as it takes." Emmett leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Finn's forehead. Finn blinked. He turned his head, his gaze silently moving toward Bravo. Suddenly, the tiny hand lifted, trembling, and pointed directly at the quiet dog. The index finger was unsteady, quivering gently in the air. Finn's lips moved. Emmett held his breath. All the sounds around him seemed to fade. The beeping of the machines, the footsteps in the hallway, and the lonely sighs of the night shift. And then, from lips that had never spoken before, a faint sound emerged. "Dog." Just one word. A breath made into sound, but clear. Emmett froze. His eyes widened. The world seemed to stop. Only that whispered word echoed, like the ringing of a bell breaking the ice that had sealed his heart for so many years. Did you just say?" he asked, his voice barely escaping. Finn didn't say anything more. He only looked at Bravo. His eyes sparkled. A faint light bounced back into the room and into Emmett's heart. Bravo still didn't move. But Bravo opened his eyes. His amber pupils focused on Finn quietly, like a small flame that had been gently rekindled. "Dog," Finn repeated, this time not a whisper. A real sound. A connection had just been formed. Emmett broke down in tears, but he didn't choke on them. They were the gentlest tears he had ever known, because after all the loss, finally, a call had returned. A call for life. Emmett shot up from his chair, a smile breaking across his face. one that had been lost for years, buried somewhere deep with old memories. "You said it! Finn, you just said your first word!" Finn tilted his head slightly, his eyes still locked on Emmett. Then his lips curled up gently. A fleeting smile, so brief, so fragile but enough to light up the room with a sudden, wordless understanding. Emmett couldn't hold back his emotions. He reached out and gently embraced the baby, as if trying to protect that smile with everything he had left. "Good job. So proud of you, son." Bravo stirred. His tail wagged once, then again in a slower, more deliberate movement. Emmett turned to look at him. Bravo stretched his legs out. He exhaled sharply, different from the usual steady breaths. Not soft like the wind, but quick, ragged, as if each breath was being pulled from deep within him. "Bravo?" Emmett stepped back, his eyes filled with concern. "Bravo. Not now." Bravo tried to lift his head, but his neck slipped slightly to the ground. His breathing grew heavier, his chest rising and falling erratically. The gasps were broken, as if each one was a struggle to keep holding on. Emmett knelt down, his hands trembling. He cradled Bravo's head, pulling it gently into his chest. "No, no. Don't do this. You've saved him. You need to stay." Finn still didn't understand what was happening. The baby shifted, trying to lean toward Bravo. A tiny hand reached out, softly touching Bravo's ear. A touch filled with innocence, with complete trust in the only thing that had helped the baby speak his first word. Bravo didn't whimper, didn't bark, didn't react. Only a long breath, a deep, heavy sigh, as if it was the last exhale drawn from a soul that had fought through all its battles. Bravo closed his eyes, not hastily, not regretfully, but with acceptance. Emmett held his warm head tightly. He wanted to say so many things, but his throat was tight. Every memory of war, of loss, of everything Bravo had been through, it all came together in this one moment. "You did well," he whispered. "You did so well." Finn didn't cry. The baby kept his hand on Bravo's ear, his gaze unwavering, as if the small heart could sense the change unfolding. A gentler ending than any warning ever could have foretold. And then, the whole room was immersed in a strange stillness. No one spoke. No alarms sounded. No nurses rushed in. Just silence. A silence that was both sacred and bittersweet. Bravo remained there, on the hospital floor, beneath the warm yellow light of the bedside lamp. It wasn't quite departure. It was rest. After everything. The door swung open. A young doctor rushed in, followed by 2 nurses. They crouched beside Bravo, gently checking his breathing, heart rate, and pupil reactions. Emmett gripped the edge of the chair. He didn't speak, just watched his eyes unblinking. A long pause. Then the doctor looked up, removing his mask. "The dog is fine, just severely exhausted, from prolonged exposure to the cold and continuous effort without food or rest. His muscles were overstrained, putting too much pressure on his cardiovascular system." A nurse gently placed a hand on Emmett's shoulder. "It's not life-threatening, but Bravo needs rest for a long time." Hearing this, Emmett exhaled deeply, as if he had just been pulled from underwater. He bent down, pressing his forehead to Bravo's head. It was still warm. "Sleep now, guardian." His voice was hoarse. "You've done it all." Bravo didn't react, but his chest still rose and fell slowly and steadily, like the breath of someone who had just emerged from a deep abyss. Finn lay comfortably in Emmett's arms. The baby didn't cry. He just looked up at the 2 beings beside him with wide, dark eyes, innocent and peaceful. As if, even though he didn't understand everything, he knew this was a safe place. A nurse stood by the door, her voice soft, almost as if afraid to break the fragile space. The first word he said was for the dog that saved his life. Emmett looked up. He didn't say anything. He glanced down at Finn, then slowly turned his gaze back to Bravo, still lying motionless at the foot of the bed. Some things you don't need to learn to know how to love. The words fell into the air like a new vow, not between people, but between the souls who had been lost and were now slowly finding their way back to each other. Finn rested his head on Emmett's shoulder, yawning softly. One tiny hand still rested on Emmett's hand, its small fingers curled around Emmett's weathered thumb. Emmett tightened his grip not too hard, but enough to pass along a quiet trust. Bravo stirred slightly without opening his eyes. Just a soft sigh, like letting go. As if knowing that for the first time in many years, Bravo could rest easy, because there was someone here to watch over him. The sunlight outside had begun to shine through the window, casting a gentle yellow streak across the hospital bed. 3 figures, the elderly man, the German shepherd, and the baby, rested close to each other. No one moved. No one spoke. But in that moment there were no titles, no roles, no longer a man, a dog, or an infant. Just 3 lives, placed side by side, as if they had never been separated. As if family didn't begin with paperwork, but with a moment when someone paused to love. In the white hospital room, the surgical lights cast harsh beams across Bravo, who lay still amidst the machines and wires. His breaths were so faint, they hardly registered on the monitor. The wave on the screen was thin, fragile, like a thread ready to snap. Each time the machine let out a soft beep, all eyes turned to it, waiting to see if the fragile line of life would hold. The surgeon bent low, his forehead dotted with sweat despite the cool air in the room. The assisting nurse gently adjusted the oxygen tube, making sure it was properly positioned. No one spoke loudly. No one discussed the odds. Everyone knew this was not the time for predictions, but for believing in something thinner than hope. Outside, Emmett sat rigid on the cold bench. His arms were wrapped around Finn, the frail child who had fallen asleep in his arms. But it was Emmett who was trembling. His eyes were wide open, but he wasn't looking at anything in particular. Just a blank space, a haze like smoke drifting before him. His hand lightly patted Finn's back in a steady rhythm, like an old clock still trying to tick without a power source. A memory surfaced. The day his son had been rushed to the ER after a severe cough that lasted through their first winter in Colorado. Emmett was working at the wood shop, nearly 40 miles away from the hospital. By the time he arrived, the door to the room had already been closed, and the surgical lights had been turned off. And the crying had stopped. He hadn't been there when his only child had needed him most. That was what drained him for years afterward. It was what had driven him to abandon everything, even himself. But this time was different. This time, Emmett was here. His arms held a new life, and despite the cracks in his heart, it was still beating. The operating room door swung open. Emmett shot to his feet. Finn in his arms stirred, eyes still heavy with sleep. A doctor stepped out. His face wasn't smiling, but his eyes softened, and the small nod he gave was like a wave of relief washing over Emmett. "Bravo is still breathing." Just 4 words. No promises, no comfort. But to Emmett, they were light, small, like the glow of an oil lamp in a stormy night. But real. He didn't shout. He didn't rush in. Emmett just sank back into his chair. He gripped Finn tightly. and the tears came not loud, not overwhelming, just quiet drops falling onto the cold floor. Finn stirred at the wetness on Emmett's hand. He turned toward him, touched Emmett's cheek, then placed a tiny finger on his lips, as if saying, "Don't cry." Emmett nodded, though he couldn't stop the tears. Bravo wasn't back yet. But Bravo was still here. That morning, a young nurse at Hamilton Hospital stood quietly at the door of the room. She didn't say a word, just lifted her phone and captured a moment. Bravo lying next to Finn, his head gently resting on the bed, while Emmett slept in the chair beside him, still holding Finn's hand, in a silent promise of protection. No adjustments, no elaborate lighting, just a still photograph, yet filled with warmth. She posted the picture on social media with a short caption. "Some things don't need explanation." And then the magic began. Within hours, the photo spread everywhere, thousands of shares. Comments from all over the states poured in. One person wrote, "I lost my mother in the war. A rescue dog found her when the house collapsed. I understand the value of Bravo." Another wrote, "As someone who's lived through PTSD, I've never seen a safer gaze than the one Bravo gave that child." The story reached beyond the hospital walls. It found its way to a group of volunteers who help veterans and service animals. That afternoon, 3 representatives arrived at the hospital. They brought notebooks, envelopes, and eyes that passed no judgment. Emmett silently watched them. At first, he was cautious, his gaze still skeptical from years of being forgotten. But when one of the group opened the photo on a tablet, turned the screen toward him and said, "People don't see a homeless man in this photo. They see a father, a friend, a hero who didn't abandon anyone." Emmett took a deeper breath. One of the lawyers in the group, speaking slowly, said, "We can help you apply for temporary guardianship of Finn, because even without paperwork, the way that child looks at you is enough evidence." A middle-aged woman stepped forward. On her shirt was the logo of a dog rescue shelter from the suburbs. She bent down, placing a gentle hand on Emmett's shoulder. "If Bravo needs a quiet place to recover, I have a spacious, sunny room, and no one asks too many questions." Emmett didn't speak. He just looked toward Bravo, still lying curled by Finn's feet. Then he nodded softly. Finally, a man who had been standing silently stepped forward. He wore a faded military jacket. No introduction. He simply opened an envelope and placed it in Emmett's hand. "This is from the people whose lives were saved by dogs. We've never forgotten." Emmett opened it. Inside was a small stack of cash carefully wrapped. Along with it was a printed color photo of a small wooden house nestled in a forest of pine trees. At the bottom was a line of text. "If you agree, this place is for 3 of you." No one urged him. No one expected an answer right away. Emmett held the small key attached to it. His fingers trembled slightly, but his eyes this time shone not with memories, but with what was to come. That morning, the first light of day crept through the frosted window of the recovery room. The light wasn't blinding, just enough to soften the wrinkles on Emmett's forehead, the creases that had long slept in worry and exhaustion. Bravo remained still. His body visibly thinner, the gray fur covering his ribs barely moving with the rhythm of the ventilator. By the bed, Emmett sat quietly, Finn curled up in his lap, the baby's head resting on his chest as if to hear someone else's heartbeat beat in place of his own. The room was so silent that every sound seemed to have a rhythm. And in that space, Emmett whispered softly, not for anyone to hear, but as if to breathe again. "Bravo once crossed a landslide, once in Montana. Hail was falling, and people couldn't call out to each other. But Bravo found the way, led 3 people off the hillside. Finn didn't understand the words, but his eyes never left Bravo unblinking, as if listening in his own way. Emmett swallowed gently, his voice shaking as he continued. Bravo also once brought a lost child back through a snowstorm, and now... He paused, lowering his gaze. Bravo is saving an old man who couldn't face his past. No one answered. But then Bravo's ear twitched. So softly, so slowly. Finn shifted slightly in Emmett's arms. The baby touched his tiny finger to Emmett's knee. Emmett leaned down and saw Bravo's eyes moving beneath the long lashes. A crack opened, and the morning light fell directly into those brown eyes. Bravo didn't bark, didn't whimper. He just opened his eyes. Then looked. The first glance wasn't directed at anyone else. It was toward Finn. No hesitation. No pain. But like an unspoken confirmation. I'm here. Still here. Finn smiled. Not loudly. Not joyously. Just a small smile. A soft one. Like a petal after the morning dew. And for the second time in his life, Finn whispered so softly it was like wind. Dog. The word didn't pass through the air like sound. It touched the skin of life itself. Emmett held Finn tighter. He leaned forward, his trembling hand gently resting on Bravo's forehead. Sleep now, he whispered. Bravo, this dawn is yours. And for the first time in many days, the room was no longer a place of illness, no longer a place of waiting, but a sacred moment where 3 different lives breathed in the same rhythm. A doctor passed by outside the window. Seeing the scene, he stopped. Didn't enter. Didn't disturb. He only nodded, then pulled out his phone, snapping one more photo. In that photo there was sunlight. And a child. Leaning against the older man, and at their feet a German shepherd, its eyes still fixed on one direction. No words were needed, because the dawn had returned. On the first morning of the new week, Emmett sat in a small office of a charitable organization in the heart of Hamilton. The room was softly lit, with a few children's drawings framed on the walls. On the desk, a stack of documents was laid open, the top page boldly titled, Legal Guardianship Application, Child Without Custodianship. Emmett gripped the pen. His fingers, thin and frail, tightened around the body of the pen, trembling slightly. But his gaze didn't shake. After the long days spent with Finn and Bravo, the look in his eyes was no longer that of a lost man. It was the gaze of a father, even if he had never been called that before. Bravo lay close under the desk, unmoving, only raising his head to stare directly at Emmett. It seemed Bravo understood. It seemed Bravo knew this was the final battle, not fought with claws or teeth, but with the unwavering strength of the heart. When the final signature was placed on the form, Emmett gently set the pen down. He exhaled deeply. Not with relief, not hurriedly, but as though he had been holding something inside his chest for many years. And now, at last, he could let go. At the hospital, nurses and doctors were asked to give their opinions on Emmett's ability to care for the child and the bond between them. The written letters of confirmation were professional in tone, but couldn't hide the emotion beneath. A senior pediatrician wrote, "The child under Emmett's care has shown significant progress in both psychological and physical health in a short period. Eye contact, gestures, the first whispered words all occurred when Emmett and Bravo were present." An elderly nurse with graying hair noted, "Emmett never left the child's side, not even for a night. Every 15 minutes he monitored the breathing. Never raised his voice, never lose patience, only worried eyes and hands that never let go." The youngest nurse in the department, Mia, wrote by hand, including a whispered comment from a private interview with the court's representative. Finn only cries at night if Bravo isn't there, and Emmett never let that happen. Even when he was exhausted, eyes red from sleeplessness, he would say, "Just let Bravo stay close. I'll sit here and keep watch." The only issue that marked the file with a yellow tag was that Emmett had no stable income. But the charitable organization had committed to temporary support, and the local community, who had previously donated for Bravo's treatment, had also set up a support fund. The small wooden house in the suburbs, a surprise gift from the rescue dog organization, was also listed in the file. A safe place to live, no outstanding taxes, utilities connected, close to the elementary school and the veterinary center. Finally, a letter was pinned on top. It wasn't from a doctor. It wasn't from a social report. It was a pencil-drawn sheet of paper. 3 crude stick figures, hands connected, an elderly man with graying hair, a child holding a balloon, and a fluffy dog with pointed ears. Beneath them was the childish writing, "Home." Emmett gently folded the drawing and placed it in his chest pocket. In the hallway, Bravo was waiting. Finn was learning to pronounce his second word. Pa. And the world, though silent, seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see if the court would be compassionate enough to understand that sometimes love doesn't come from blood, but from the scars healed together. The courtroom was bright and quiet, not crowded, but in that silence there was an unusual weight. On the row of neatly arranged wooden chairs, a few people sat still, their hands clasped together, their eyes following every small movement. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, reminding everyone that each passing second carried with it a part of fate that was about to be decided. Emmett sat on the right side of the witness stand. The white shirt he wore was pressed neatly, but the collar still had a small crease, like it had been worn too many times. In his hands was the picture of Finn, the one where the child had drawn 3 figures, with "Home" written beneath. This time, Emmett didn't tuck it away in his pocket. He held it in his hand like holding on to a tiny hope he wasn't ready to let go of. The legal representative stood up, speaking slowly but decisively. She didn't read from a script. She shared piece by piece small stories from the journey of a homeless man, a former canine dog, and a child without a name. "Family," she said, "doesn't always start with blood. Some families are made in moments when one person chooses not to turn away. When a dog lies still through the night, guarding a child's sleep. When a man has nothing left to lose but is still willing to give it all." The doctor who had treated Finn stepped forward. His voice was rough but clear. "I remember that night in the snow. When the emergency room door opened, a man, trembling, held a tiny life wrapped in a torn coat. And next to him, a dog, fur covered in snow, eyes never leaving the child, not for a second." A social worker, who had initially doubted Emmett, was called up next. She read from her report after 10 days of supervision. "I waited for signs of exhaustion, neglect, or mistakes. But instead I saw Finn begin to smile. I saw an elderly man who had once sat quietly in the corner of the hospital room, now joking with the nurses. And I saw a dog, no command needed, lying there, guarding every night like an instinct, or better yet, like a promise." The judge, a silver-haired woman with thin-framed glasses, nodded after each testimony. She didn't write much, but her eyes quietly followed each person, and then stopped on Emmett. When she prepared to read the verdict, a court official quietly approached her ear and said something. She nodded. "Permission granted," she said. "Bravo is allowed." The door at the back of the courtroom opened. Bravo entered. Not quickly, not slowly, each step deliberate. His walk is no longer as strong as it once was. His back was slightly hunched, but his eyes were still the same, bright and determined. Bravo didn't glance around. He walked straight to where Emmett and Finn sat. When he arrived, he stopped, then sat down. Quietly. No barking. No whining. Just a simple act like saying, "I'm here." A silence filled the room. No one prompted it, but many began to cry. Some were single mothers. Some were retired veterinarians. There was even a former soldier in the back row. Each of them saw a part of themselves in the story unfolding. The judge removed her glasses, wiping her eyes gently. "The court will issue the ruling tomorrow morning," she said. "But to me, the most important thing has already been proven, not with words, but with actions." Outside, the wind had stopped blowing. The hearing concluded in silence, not out of fear, but because hearts had quieted for the most beautiful thing, love that needed no explanation. That morning, the courtroom was unusually quiet. No arguments, no loud gavel strikes, just the soft rustle of papers and the gentle light streaming through the high window, spilling over the large table where the judge sat. She didn't rush to take the ruling. Instead, she looked closely at the three figures before her. A silver-haired man sitting in the middle, holding a small child in his arms. And beside him, lying by the foot of the chair, was a silent dog, its head resting on Emmett's leg, eyes steady and unwavering. The judge removed her glasses. Her voice was no longer that of someone holding the scales of justice, but that of someone who had carried wounds. "I want to tell a short story," she said, her eyes fixed on Finn. "When I was young, my mother passed away from illness and my father left. I was taken in by a woman I had never met before." She paused. No one moved. She didn't have adoption papers. She didn't have a stable income, but she had a kitchen that was always warm, an embrace always ready, and eyes that always knew when I was afraid. Her voice softened, as if speaking directly to the child in Emmett's arms. "Sometimes, it's the strangers who teach us what family really is, not with words, but by how they stay when no one asks them to." She placed her hand on the thick stack of papers before her, then gently pushed them aside, as if the pages no longer held the most important decision of a person's life. The first morning of the new week, Emmett sat in the small office of a charity organization in the heart of Hamilton. The room was gently lit, with a few children's drawings on the walls. On the desk, a stack of papers was spread out at the top in bold letters. "Legal guardianship application. Child without custodianship." Emmett held the pen. His thin, frail fingers gripped it gently, trembling just slightly. But his eyes didn't shake. After the long days spent with Finn and Bravo, the look in his eyes was no longer that of a lost man. It was the gaze of a father, even if he had never been called that before. Bravo lay close under the desk, still, only raising his head now and then, looking at Emmett, as if Bravo understood. As if Bravo knew this was the final battle, not fought with claws or teeth, but with the steady strength of the heart. When the final signature was placed on the form, Emmett gently set the pen down. He let out a long breath, not with relief, not with urgency, but as if something he had been holding inside his chest for many years was finally released. At the hospital, doctors and nurses were asked to give their opinions on Emmett's ability to care for Finn and the bond between them. The written letters were professional in tone, but there was no hiding the emotion beneath. A senior pediatrician wrote, "The child under Emmett's care has shown significant progress in both psychological and physical health in a short period. Eye contact, gestures, and the first whispered words all occurred when Emmett and Bravo were present." An elderly nurse with graying hair noted, "Emmett never left the child's side, not even for a night. Every 15 minutes he monitored the breathing. Never raised his voice, never patience, only worried eyes and hands that never let go." The youngest nurse in the department, Mia, wrote by hand, including a whispered comment from a private interview with the court's representative. Finn only cries at night if Bravo isn't there, and Emmett never let that happen. Even when he was exhausted, eyes red from sleeplessness, he would say, "Just let Bravo stay close. I'll sit here and keep watch." The only issue that marked the file with a yellow tag was that Emmett had no stable income. But the charitable organization had committed to temporary support, and the local community, who had previously donated for Bravo's treatment, had also set up a support fund. The small wooden house in the suburbs, a surprise gift from the rescue dog organization, was also listed in the file. A safe place to live, no outstanding taxes, utilities connected, close to the elementary school and the veterinary center. Finally, a letter was pinned on top. It wasn't from a doctor. It wasn't from a social report. It was a hand-drawn sketch. 3 crude stick figures holding hands. An elderly man with gray hair, a child holding a balloon, and a fluffy dog with pointed ears. Beneath them, the word home. Emmett gently folded the drawing and placed it in his chest pocket. In the hallway, Bravo waited. Finn was learning to pronounce his second word. Paw. And the world, though silent, seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see if the court would be compassionate enough to understand that sometimes love doesn't come from blood, but from the scars healed together. The courtroom was bright and quiet, not crowded. But in that silence there was an unusual weight. On the row of neatly arranged wooden chairs, a few people sat still, their hands clasped together, their eyes following every small movement. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, reminding everyone that each passing second carried with it a part of fate that was about to be decided. Emmett sat on the right side of the witness stand. The white shirt he wore was pressed neatly, but the collar still had a small crease, like it had been worn too many times. In his hands was the picture of Finn, the one where the child had drawn 3 figures, with home written beneath. This time, Emmett didn't tuck it away in his pocket. He held it in his hand like holding on to a tiny hope he wasn't ready to let go of. The legal representative stood up, speaking slowly but decisively. She didn't read from a script. She shared piece by piece small stories from the journey of a homeless man, a former K9 dog, and a child without a name. Family, she said, doesn't always start with blood. Some families are made in moments when one person chooses not to turn away, when a dog lies still through the night, guarding a child's sleep, when a man has nothing left to lose but is still willing to give it all. The doctor who had treated Finn stepped forward. His voice was rough but clear. I remember that night in the snow. When the emergency room door opened, a man, trembling, held a tiny life wrapped in a torn coat. And next to him, a dog, fur covered in snow, eyes never leaving the child, not for a second. A social worker, who had initially doubted Emmett, was called up next. She read from her report after 10 days of supervision. I waited for signs of exhaustion, neglect, or mistakes, but instead I saw Finn begin to smile. I saw an elderly man who had once sat quietly in the corner of the hospital room, now joking with the nurses. And I saw a dog, no command needed, lying there, guarding every night like an instinct, or better yet like a promise. The judge, a silver-haired woman with thin-framed glasses, nodded after each testimony. She didn't write much, but her eyes quietly followed each person, and then stopped on Emmett. When she prepared to read the verdict, a court official quietly approached her ear and said something. She nodded. "Permission granted," she said. "Bravo is allowed." The small house, nestled quietly at the edge of the woods, was breathing, not with the rush of a bustling city, but with a deep, quiet rhythm, the kind that only a home can have when it is finally whole. Finn didn't say a word, but his small smile lingered on his lips, like a light that refused to fade in the evening glow. Bravo lay beside him, his back lightly pressed against Finn. Though his body had not fully recovered, Bravo could stand, walk around the house, and, most notably, wag his tail whenever Emmett called his name. At that moment, Bravo remained still, his head tilted slightly, his breathing gentle. His brown eyes continued to follow Finn, like an instinctive habit that had been deeply ingrained. There was no conversation, no background music, only the steady bubbling of soup on the stove, the crackling of wood in the fire, and the rhythmic breaths of those who had once stood at the edge of loss. Emmett turned around, his gaze landing on Bravo, who had placed his head on Finn's lap. He didn't say anything. He simply took a small step back, leaning gently against the wooden frame of the kitchen. He wiped his brow not because he was tired, but because the overwhelming emotions were welling up inside him. A year ago, he wouldn't have believed he could feel this way. The feeling of being alive, the feeling of belonging. Emmett stepped forward and gently placed a bowl of soup on the table. He then bent down next to Finn. The child looked up silently and extended a drawing towards him. In the drawing were 3 figures: Emmett, Finn, and Bravo. 3 figures, 1 dog, and the child. Beneath them, the words were still a bit crooked. Home. Emmett gently squeezed Finn's shoulder and bent down to stroke Bravo's back. Bravo opened his eyes, not moving, just a small glance, as if to say, "I'm still here." And that was enough. No fireworks, no celebrations, but the house was breathing with the warmth of rebirth, with the trust being rebuilt day by day. Emmett looked around one more time. Then he smiled softly, not out of joy, but because for the first time, he knew he was in the place he was meant to be. A house, a child, a dog, and a heart that had been pieced together. The darkness fell slowly, as though the universe itself wanted to stretch out the peaceful moment in that small wooden house. Outside the window, the pine branches swayed gently under the moonlight. The cold wind passed by but couldn't touch the room, warmed by both fire and heart. The fireplace crackled softly. The flickering orange light cast shadows that danced across the wooden walls, imprinting the 3 figures gathered together: a man, an empty-handed child, and a dog curled up at the foot of the armchair. Finn rested his head against Emmett's chest, clutching a plush toy shaped like a German shepherd. His eyes were closed, but his eyelids fluttered lightly, as if dreaming. Each breath from Finn's chest merged with Bravo's slow, steady breathing at the foot of the chair. And in that moment, everything was whole. Bravo lay curled up at the foot of the chair, completely silent. But every time Finn shifted, Bravo would tilt his head slightly, ears perking up as if listening more closely, before burying his head back into the warm fur. The firelight cast a gentle glow across Emmett's hair, illuminating the furrows on his forehead lines etched by years of hardship and loss, like wind-blown marks on stone. But tonight was different. In a slow moment, Emmett closed his eyes, and memories softly flooded back like someone had gently opened a door. Once, he had sat alone in a small apartment in the city. No voices, no laughter. Only the dim yellow light and the ticking of the wall clock, sounding like drops of sadness falling into his heart. That room had no warmth. There was no reason to breathe deeply. Now every sound was different. The wind outside no longer felt threatening. Finn's breathing was a lullaby, and Bravo's presence spoke louder than any comfort Emmett had ever wished for. Finn shifted gently in his arms. He turned his head slightly, mumbling something. Emmett leaned in, listening carefully. A soft, muffled sound escaped the child's lips. Weak but clear. Dog ... Then, after a pause, another word. Slower, hesitant, but enough to make the whole room hold its breath. Pa. Emmett didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He simply smiled, warm and calm, like the surface of a lake at dawn. He bent his head and gently pressed his forehead to Finn's, holding still for a moment, as if sealing the moment. Emmett's gaze shifted to Bravo, still lying quietly, but his ears were perked up. Then, slowly, Bravo lifted his head from the floor, moved closer, and placed his head lightly on Emmett's lap. No barking, no grand gestures. That small action, it was a confirmation. Emmett whispered softly, like a promise that needed no witness. You've named us both now. And that was enough for the evening. In the vast world beyond, perhaps no one would know about this miracle. But in this little wooden house, amidst three souls finding each other not by blood, every evening was a small miracle. The night grew late. Outside in the woods, the wind whispered through the pine trees like a lullaby. Not strong, not cold, just gentle breezes, enough to stir the last dry branches of winter. On the roof of the small wooden house, the snow had stopped falling long ago, with only a few scattered patches of white melting under the moonlight. The front door was slightly ajar, not locked. As if the house was ready to welcome the world, but at the same time, there was nothing left to guard against. Inside, the firelight cast a warm, golden glow onto the wooden floor, spreading like a carpet of light through the heart of the night. Emmett sat in the old armchair, his back sinking deep into the worn fabric. Finn slept peacefully in his arms, his tiny head resting against Emmett's chest, one cheek still rosy from the warmth of the fire. The little hand clutched tightly at the fabric of Emmett's shirt. An instinct, no learning required. At the foot of the chair, Bravo lay still, not asleep, just awake. His eyes were open, soft but alert, as if he knew. Peace needed to be guarded, even though no one had told him to do it. Emmett didn't speak to anyone. He didn't need to. He stared at the fire in front of him, its flickering light like a memory that wouldn't rest. Then he whispered, not sure if it was to himself, to someone long gone, or to some part of the universe that had left him behind in the ruins. We don't need to start perfect. We just need not to leave each other. The words didn't echo. There was no recording of them, but they drifted into the air like a quiet promise, something that didn't need to be witnessed, because the heart had already confirmed it. Finn shifted slightly. He sighed deeply, not crying, not afraid, just a child sleeping soundly in the arms of someone who made him feel safe. Bravo stretched a little, then lay back down. His head rested against the side of the chair, his ears slightly perked, but his eyes never left the two lives above him. The fire still crackled. The flames whispered quietly, and for the first time in so many years, Emmett's sleep didn't bring the dream of burning homes. No sirens, no feeling of being too late for everything. Tonight, he didn't dream of fire. He dreamed of sunlight. He dreamed of the snow melting, and the sound of little feet running down the porch. The final scene softly unfolded like a painting. The old armchair, an old man holding a sleeping child, a dog keeping watch below. The light from the fire slowly blurred across the wooden walls, stretching three shadows undivided by age, species, or fate. Fade out, no music, no dialogue. But somewhere in that silence, anyone watching would understand. This is a family chosen, created not by blood, but by the refusal to let go. Sometimes the deepest pain isn't from what someone did, but from what they assumed. When you're wrongly accused, of betrayal, of abandoning someone, or simply being not enough, the silence that follows can be louder than any fight. Tonight's story reminds us, not every savior wears a badge, and not every family begins with blood. Sometimes it starts with a cry in the snow and a forgotten dog that still remembers how to protect. If you've ever been blamed for something you didn't do, if someone walked away before hearing your side, if trust was shattered by assumption instead of truth, please know this. You are not your mistakes, and you are definitely not other people's suspicion. Stay calm. Don't lash out. Document what matters. Screenshots, messages, voice memos. Protect your name, not through anger, but through quiet clarity. And if a child is involved, remember, they need peace more than pride. Bravo didn't need words to defend himself. He just showed up when it mattered most. And now we want to hear from you. Have you ever been accused without proof? Or suspected someone and later realized you were wrong? Share your story below. Someone might read it and feel a little less alone tonight. We're listening. You know those neighborhoods where every lawn looks like it's been trimmed with scissors, and even the dogs stop barking after 9 p.m.? Number 17 on Alder Street was one of those homes. Neat, quiet, perfect on the outside. But behind the thick glass windows, the silence wasn't peaceful. It felt colder than that. Inside, the living room looked almost staged. Too clean. The gray sofa didn't have a single wrinkle. The bookshelf? Everything lined up with surgical precision. The cream-colored walls stood blank and bare. No family photos, no messy crayon drawings, no color that reminded anyone of anything. It looked less like a home and more like a sample unit in a furniture catalog. And right there in the center of the hardwood floor sat a little girl, Lena Carter, legs tucked into a triangle. Silent, still. She was lining up red, blue, and yellow wooden blocks in a perfect row. Every time a block didn't sit quite right, she'd tear it all down and start over. No complaints, no sighs, no sound at all. Her black hair was a little tangled at the shoulders. Her face was small and delicate, but her pale gray eyes, they felt far away, like she wasn't really here, like her mind was somewhere quieter, somewhere safe. Tick, tick, tick. The only things filling the room were the soft hum of the dishwasher, the wind whispering through the vents, and the steady ticking of the wall clock. Lena didn't turn toward any of them. She didn't react. But then the phone rang. That sharp, high-pitched ring from the kitchen sliced through the stillness. Her shoulders jerked. Just slightly. Fingers tightened around the stuffed dinosaur in her lap, as if that sound had reached inside her chest and rattled something she tried hard to keep buried. Lena didn't talk. Not to people, not to herself. She didn't meet anyone's eyes either. The doctors had called it high-functioning autism. Strangers just said she was odd. She didn't like to be touched, not even by someone brushing her hair or helping her with a jacket. When guests came over, Lena would slip away into her room, close the door, pull the curtains, and wait until the footsteps disappeared. Any change, even the smallest one, could send her spiraling. A spoon out of place in the drawer. A lamp turned a different angle. A new color was added to her set of pens. Any of it could leave her frozen in place for hours. But when everything was exactly as it should be, when her world made sense, she was calm, at peace in her own quiet logic. At exactly 10 p.m., the front door clicked open. The sound of heels on tile echoed softly across the floor. Isla Carter was home. She walked in with a heavy tote bag on one shoulder and a wrinkled white lab coat folded over her arm. Her shoes barely made a sound as she stepped forward, catching a glance at the untouched plate of spaghetti still sitting on the table. The candle had long since burned out. The food, cold now, had been set out by the housekeeper, a small, habitual gesture of care. But Isla wasn't hungry. She slipped off her heels, let out a quiet breath, and headed upstairs. Down the hall, in the very last room, a small star-shaped nightlight glowed against the wall, casting soft shadows that danced like tired ghosts. Lena was still sitting on the floor, still in the same spot. The blocks were now arranged in a curved arch, as if she'd been building all this time quietly, patiently. Isla didn't speak. She knelt down beside her daughter, gently leaned in, and kissed her forehead. Lena didn't look up. But she didn't flinch either. And for Isla, on some nights, that was enough. Lena didn't move, didn't blink, didn't even turn her head. Just that steady, soft breathing. And those faraway eyes, still fixed on the wall where her wooden blocks lay untouched. Isla stood there for a few moments, silent. Then she slowly turned, pulling the door closed behind her without a sound. Her hand lingered on the doorknob. She looked back one last time. And in that pause, a question surfaced. Quiet, cracked and raw like something splitting down the middle of her chest. What does my daughter see? When she looks into my eyes? No answer came. Only Isla's shadow stretched long behind her, trailing across the wooden floor, like a mother walking through her own home without leaving any warmth behind. Upstairs, the house lay still. It looked like the whole place had gone to sleep. But Isla hadn't. She was still in her study, seated at a worn wooden desk tucked beside the window. The soft yellow desk lamp cast gentle circles of light across stacks of medical files and surgical notes. Her glasses slid slightly down her nose as she read, red pen in hand like always. On the computer screen, a 3D simulation rotated slowly a tiny artificial heart, the kind used in pediatric surgery. Isla had helped design it earlier that afternoon with her cardiology team. The others called her the Golden Hands of Mercy Ridge. They said she could stitch blood vessels finer than a strand of hair, with the steady precision of a machine and the calm heartbeat of a Swiss watch. Isla never believed any of that. She only laughed, tired and low, whenever someone called her a genius. Because none of that brilliance meant anything. Not in this house. Not when the one person she loved most didn't speak her name. Her daughter didn't wait for her to come home, didn't cry when she left, didn't run into her arms like other kids did. They lived under the same roof, but felt like strangers separated by 1,000 miles. Isla took off her glasses, pressed 2 fingers to her forehead. The dull ache behind her eyes wasn't from surgery. It was the kind of tired that came from feeling helpless. She could keep a newborn's heart beating through a 12-hour procedure. But she couldn't get Lena to say a single word. Couldn't get her to meet her gaze. Couldn't get her to stay in her arms, even for a second. One simple word. Mom. Felt impossibly far. And still, she remembered that night. The one that shattered something inside her. Lena had a fever. 104 degrees. Her small body curled up tight, arms twitching, eyes rolled back, showing only white. Isla had been on call, still in her green surgical scrubs, when the nanny called. She raced home. But once she arrived, the doctor in her disappeared. Her fingers were shaking so badly, she dialed 911 wrong. Twice. By the time paramedics arrived, Isla was sitting against the wall, head pressed to the cold plaster, listening to the beeping of medical monitors, powerless to do anything. That was the first time she saw Lena cry. Not loudly, not with wailing or screams, just a trembling. Silent. Her whole body was shaking, like a baby bird dropped into a snowstorm. Since that night, Isla stopped asking how Lena felt. She was afraid of the answer, or worse, the silence that might come instead. So instead of facing it, Isla buried herself in work. She told herself it was noble that saving other people's lives somehow made it easier to ignore the helplessness in her own. That if she just stayed busy enough, maybe the ache would quiet down. She declined every invite to the parent support group, left all the school emails from Lena's teachers unread, never once opened the videos they sent. Because Isla already knew what she'd see. Lena is sitting alone in class, eyes distant, not responding when her classmates called her name, crying out if someone accidentally touched her shoulder, hiding her face on the desk when the school bell rang too loud. Isla knew, but she wasn't ready to look it in the eye. Tonight, as she passed by Lena's room, the door was left slightly ajar. She paused, stood still for a moment. Inside, everything looked just the way it always did. Clean, quiet, and cold. Like a room that had never been fully lived in, like an orphanage. On the ceiling, little glow-in-the-dark stars formed constellations. Isla had bought them once, hoping maybe they'd help Lena fall asleep easier. Maybe give her something soft to dream about. Lena lay tucked under the blanket, eyes wide open, staring up at the ceiling. Silent. Still. She was counting, not out loud, but with her eyes. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9. Isla remembered once asking her, "Sweetheart, what are you counting?" Lena hadn't answered. She just tilted her head and hugged her stuffed dinosaur tighter, whispering something to it in that barely there voice only the toy seemed to understand. In that quiet moment, Isla realized something sharp and undeniable. There was a glass wall between her and her daughter. She could see Lena. She could watch every breath, every blink. But she couldn't reach her, couldn't touch her world. And she had no idea where to begin, to break through it. Tuesday afternoon. Isla sat in a small office on the 3rd floor of the Fairhill Therapy Center. The window was open just enough to let in the scent of late-blooming lavender from the garden below. A few golden rays spilled across the pale wooden desk. On it sat a steaming cup of tea and a fabric tote bag embroidered with the name Ms. Rowan. Ms. Rowan, Lena's speech therapist, was a soft-spoken woman with silver hair pinned neatly back. Her voice moved slowly, like a gentle breeze through leaves. She didn't use heavy terms. She didn't over-explain. She just looked at Isla with eyes that had seen hundreds of tired, anxious parents before. Parents who'd once believed they'd already tried everything. "She's still quiet?" Ms. Rowan asked gently. Isla nodded. "She still won't talk to me. But the housekeeper says sometimes she whispers to her stuffed animals, like she's telling them little secrets." "That's not unusual," Ms. Rowan replied, setting her teacup down. "For many children like Lena, words only come when they feel safe enough. And sometimes, that sense of safety doesn't come from people." Isla tilted her head slightly, confused. "What do you mean? Have you ever tried introducing her to animals?" Ms. Rowan's voice stayed even, like she was suggesting something completely ordinary. "A dog, for instance." Isla blinked. "A dog?" she repeated, unsure if she'd heard right. Ms. Rowan smiled gently. "Many children on the spectrum respond better to dogs than to people," she said. "A dog doesn't talk, doesn't pressure, doesn't stare or ask questions, but it stays. Patient, quiet, steady. You'd be surprised." Isla let out a soft laugh, not mocking, just tired. a laugh that didn't quite believe but didn't want to dismiss it either. "I've taken her to 5 of the top specialists," she said quietly. 3 behavioral therapists, 2 early intervention programs, and now you're telling me a dog might be able to do what none of them could?" "Not all dogs," Ms. Rowan replied calmly. "But sometimes, what people can't reach, a loyal pair of eyes and a head resting in a child's lap can." She looked up. Her voice didn't change, but her next words settled in the air like a thread being gently tied. "I once worked with a little boy, 7 years old. He hadn't spoken in over 3 years. Then, a few weeks after adopting a retired golden retriever, his mother heard him whisper, 'Don't fall asleep yet. I want to tell you a story.' That was his first sentence. Silence followed, soft as a scarf floating down onto a quiet floor. Isla turned her face to the window, watching a single petal drift down from a branch in the garden below. It wasn't the way Rowan said it. It wasn't even the story. It was that, for the first time in months, something in her chest shifted. A tiny crack where hope could breathe again. Their session ended. Isla walked back to her car, slower than usual. She didn't rush. The sky was already fading to a dusty violet. At the intersection by Elmwood Park, she stopped at a red light. School was over. The streets were nearly empty. Only the wind remained, nudging dry leaves across the road in slow spirals. Inside the car, the cabin was dim. The dashboard lights are low. Isla glanced at herself in the rearview mirror. Hair messy. Dark circles under her eyes. Her cheeks are thinner than they used to be. She didn't look like a celebrated heart surgeon right now. She just looked like a mother. Alone. Exhausted. Grasping at whatever light was still out there, however small, however flickering. She pulled out her phone, tapped quietly. Therapy dog for autistic child. Adopt retired police dog. One suggestion caught her eye. K9 retired. Loyal, alert, gentle with kids. Waiting for adoption. She clicked it. The photo came up. A German shepherd with black and tan fur, still holding a noble stance, but with eyes. Those eyes. They reminded her of Lena on sleepless nights. Sharp, quiet, and aching. Isla didn't know why she kept staring at the image, why she saved the link. She just did. Outside, the traffic light turned green. But she didn't move. She didn't realize that in that quiet, dim car, parked at the edge of a sleepy town, she'd just brushed against the lifeline her daughter had been silently waiting for. The next morning wasn't like the others. No blaring hospital alarms, no surgeries scheduled, no echo of hurried footsteps in fluorescent halls. Just Isla, alone, standing in front of a chipped white metal gate. A faded sign above read, Fairhill K9 Rehabilitation Center. The letters tilted slightly, like the mission itself, restoring what was once strong. She walked in. The inside was simple. Bare, even. No front desk, no cheerful music. Just a long hallway with gray tile floors and the smell of disinfectant mixed with something older. Rust, wet fur, shampoo clinging to the air, and something else. A scent that lingered. Like old memories that hadn't quite let go. An older woman in a worn white coat stepped out from a side hallway. "I'm Nora," she said gently, a brief smile flickering beneath eyes that had clearly seen more than most. "You're the one with the appointment, right?" Isla nodded. No small talk. No need. Nora picked up a thin folder as they walked. Her voice stayed calm, matter-of-fact, but warm. "Most of the dogs here, they were soldiers, in their own way," she said, Some saved dozens of lives. Some cracked cross-state drug rings. But now, everything slowed down. They passed kennel after kennel, each with its own presence. Some of the dogs barked loud and sharp, like their training still clung to them. Some growled low, tails stiff, eyes locked on every movement. And then there were others, scarred, still, heads resting on their paws, staring off into corners, waiting, maybe for a signal that would never come again. Isla scanned their eyes as she walked by, and something started pressing in her chest, tight and quiet, like walking through a different kind of hospital. One without patience, just hearts that had been forced to be strong for too long. Then they reached the last kennel. And Isla didn't need to be told. She just knew. Ranger. He didn't bark, didn't growl, didn't get up. He just lay there, back against the wall, on the cold concrete floor, his head tilted slightly, eyes open. Not pleading, not angry, just tired. So quiet, it hurt. Isla stopped walking. Something inside her pulled, not hard, just enough to catch her breath. It wasn't his size. Ranger was leaner now, not as strong-looking as the photos. It wasn't the file in Nora's hand either, the one she hadn't even opened yet. It was the eyes, that look, that deep, weary silence. She'd seen it before, in the dark of her daughter's bedroom. On nights when Lena sat curled up, eyes wide open, not making a sound, just waiting for something that never came. Nora flipped open the folder. "Ranger," she said softly. "Former K-9 unit, Fairhill Special Ops, lightning reflexes, assisted in 2 human trafficking cases, supported federal investigations and explosive tracking. Closest partner was First Officer Jenkins." Nora paused. And when she spoke again, her words didn't come from the page. They came from a place deeper. A scar, maybe. 3 months ago, during a hostage rescue, Jenkins was shot. Ranger tried to protect him, tried to shield him, but he couldn't get there in time. She looked down at the floor. Since then, he won't eat when caged, doesn't follow commands, flinches at car sirens or hurried footsteps. Isla didn't say a word. Nora closed the folder gently. "We pulled him from active service," she said. "Let's call it early retirement." Isla's hand tightened slightly on the strap of her bag. Still quiet. But her heartbeat had already started changing. Ranger didn't look away. The hallway felt quieter somehow, like the air itself had stilled to make space for this one moment. 2 pairs of eyes, just staring at each other. One belonged to a dog who had stood between life and death more times than most people ever would. The other belonged to a mother who once watched her child convulse and couldn't do a thing to stop it. Isla bent down, lowering herself to Ranger's eye level just beneath the metal bars of the gate. "What's left after the damage?" she whispered. She didn't even know if she was asking the dog or herself. If those eyes belonged to Lena in the body of a dog, could I finally learn how to speak her language? Ranger didn't move, but he didn't look away either. And that was enough. It's why Isla didn't bother walking to see the rest of the kennels. Her decision had already been made. The consultation room was tucked away behind the kennels, small and quiet. Frosted glass on the door, a wooden table and 2 steel chairs neatly arranged. On the wall, old black and white photos hung in simple frames of dogs and their handlers, standing side by side in different times, different uniforms, but always the same look in their eyes. Focused, loyal, waiting for the next command. Isla sat down. Across from her, Dr. Mendez, a man in his early 50s with calm eyes and the patience of someone who's read through hundreds of case files, handed her a slim folder. Behavioral assessment, he said, voice steady. Last update was about 3 weeks ago. Isla opened it. The first line, typed just below the name Ranger, made her breath catch a little. Not recommended for families with small children? She kept reading. Overly cautious around strangers. Highly sensitive to sirens, doorbells, or repeated knocking. History of negative response to crowds or sudden disruption in routine. Low command responsiveness. Retraining not recommended if the intent is therapy or child interaction. Isla didn't speak. Dr. Mendez rested his elbows on the table, hands clasped. I understand why Ranger caught your eye, he said gently. He used to be one of the best, truly. But ever since the incident with Officer Jenkins, he hasn't been stable. He paused. If what you're looking for is a companion for your daughter, I'd actually recommend one of our golden retrievers in Section B. He's already therapy certified. Calmer reflexes, more predictable, much safer for home environments. Isla looked up, nodded slightly. She didn't argue. But she didn't agree either. Instead, she turned the pages of Ranger's file back again, letting her fingers pause on the edges. And there, tucked among the paperwork, was a small photo. Ranger, standing tall beside Jenkins, both smiling. Jenkins had sunglasses on, his hand rested on Ranger's back. You could tell just by looking they trusted each other completely. And Isla? She stared at that photo a little too long. Because in that one still frame, she saw something she hadn't seen in a long time. Not just duty, not pain, but the memory of connection, of being understood without needing to speak. And Ranger, even though he wasn't smiling in the photo, his eyes were alive. So alive, you could almost hear a heartbeat through the image. No one would look at that picture and see danger. They'd just see a soldier who hadn't been given a chance to heal. Suddenly, a loud crash rang out from the next room, the sharp clatter of a metal tray hitting the concrete floor. Chaos followed like a match to dry leaves. Barking exploded. Steel cages rattled. Paws skidded across tile. Isla turned quickly towards the hallway. Then silence. Not from all of them. Just from one kennel. Rangers. No barking. No panic. Ranger had gotten up. Slowly. He moved towards the gate of his kennel with deliberate steps. His body took a clear position, angled slightly left, shielded, standing in front of two smaller dogs still trembling behind him. Ranger's eyes stayed focused down the hallway, ears alert, body still. No growling, no aggression, just instinct. A calm, controlled readiness. Isla rose from her seat, breath caught in her throat. In that brief burst of noise and confusion, no one had told Ranger what to do. No command had been given. But he had chosen, quietly, instinctively, to protect. Like it was the only thing he knew how to do. He didn't react to the noise, Isla said under her breath, almost not realizing she was speaking. He reacted to the threat, and he protected the others. Dr. Mendez looked at her and said nothing at first. Then finally asked, "You're not afraid of what's in the report?" Isla looked back down at the photo, the one where Ranger still had light in his eyes. "I am," she admitted softly, "but there's something I'm more afraid of." She paused. Her voice didn't waver, but something in her chest cracked open a little. "I'm afraid of giving up on someone who doesn't need to be replaced, just trusted again." She reached for the form on the table. It wasn't a reckless decision, and it wasn't pure sympathy either. It was something harder to name, like finding a piece that fit a part of her that had stayed broken for too long. The pen moved slowly across the page. Blue ink met white paper. Right beneath the final line, Adopter assumes full responsibility for the dog's behavior from the moment of signing. Isla signed her name. The sun had already begun to fade by the time she left the rehab center. In her hands was a copy of Ranger's file, just a few thin pages, but they felt heavy, like they were carrying the weight of a whole life that had never been fully acknowledged. She sat in the car for a while, one hand resting on the steering wheel, the other clutching the papers. Her eyes locked on a single line. Previously served, discharged after a fatal incident. When she got home, Isla hadn't even set her bag down yet when her phone rang. Her mother. Mrs. Carter's voice came sharp and fast, right after the second ring, skipping any sort of hello. "You're risking Lena's safety, do you understand that?" Isla pressed her lips together. "You haven't met the dog," she said quietly. "I don't need to meet him," her mother snapped. "Any K9 removed from duty wasn't taken out for some minor reason. Lena is a child. She's fragile. And you're bringing home an animal that once attacked someone just to see what happens?" Isla didn't argue. Her mother's voice tightened even more. "I'm not saying this to control you," she added. "I'm saying it for Lena. Because once a scar's been made, it doesn't disappear just because you feel sorry for the thing that caused it." Isla ended the call. Not out of anger. Not because she didn't have arguments lined up. But because she knew if she needed to defend this choice, the first person she had to convince was herself. She sat at the kitchen table that night, flipping the photo from the file over and over between her fingers. Ranger, back when he was still in the field. His eyes are bright, alive, focused. Now those same eyes looked older, tired, quieter, but they were still open, still waiting for someone. Just like Lena. The next day, in the on-call room at the hospital, a colleague, a pediatrician who'd worked alongside Isla for years, glanced at a message on her phone and said offhandedly, "Therapy dog, I get it. But a discharged K9? With a child at home? Isla, that's a real gamble." Isla didn't answer. She just gave a small nod, eyes back on the patient chart in her hands. That afternoon, Isla returned to the center. Ranger was out in the practice yard, walking calmly beside a handler. The leash was loose, no pulling, no resistance, just steady steps, guided more by presence than pressure. The wind blew gently through the trees. Grass rustled beneath his paws. He didn't walk like a dog being trained. He walked like someone relearning how to move. Not fast, not afraid. Just one step at a time. Isla stood a few steps away. She didn't kneel down right away. Didn't wave, didn't call his name. She waited. Ranger slowed. His eyes found hers, not curious, not cautious, just looking. Straight. Still. Isla crouched down, slowly. She didn't reach for his fur, didn't touch his collar. She just lowered herself until her eyes met his. "I'm not asking you to change overnight," she whispered. "I just want to try, walking beside each other." No one answered. But Ranger didn't turn away. He sat. Slowly, calmly. No barking, no backing off, no lowered head. Just sat there like a quiet period at the end of a sentence that didn't need explaining. The staff member nearby gave a small smile. "He's never sat down like that with a stranger. Not on a first meeting." Isla took the pen in her hand again. Her fingers trembled slightly, but her signature was steady. Clear. The staff member nodded and gently took the adoption form from the table. Then, with a voice that didn't challenge, just checked, she asked, "Do you know you're choosing the hardest path?" Isla looked at Ranger. His eyes were still on her. Steady. Unchanging. He wasn't pulling toward her or away. Just there. Present. She nodded. "I'm not choosing what's easy," she said, like she needed to hear it out loud. "I'm choosing the only thing my daughter's eyes have never said no to." There was no applause, no welcome sign around Ranger's neck, no ribbon tied to the collar. When Isla brought him home, the house didn't fill with excitement. It filled with silence, thick, hesitant, eyes avoiding one another. The housekeeper opened the front door, then stepped back, giving them space. Isla walked in with Ranger beside her. The leash was slack. His steps were heavy but sure. He didn't pull, didn't hesitate. Just walked next to her like a shadow, relearning how to exist in someone else's light. The house had always felt cold. But somehow the arrival of a dog that didn't bark made the quiet feel even sharper, like an extra layer of invisible frost. The kind no fireplace could melt. Only touch could do that. Isla led Ranger to the corner near the kitchen. A soft gate had already been set up the night before. Not much of a barrier, really. Just a low divider meant for safety. Or maybe distance. Depends on how you see it. Ranger stepped inside the space without protest. He didn't sniff around. Didn't test the edges. Didn't try to leave. He took one slow glance around. Then he lowered himself onto the padded fabric mat. Eyes open, ears slightly drooped. Not tense, but not relaxed either. Like someone who didn't trust the room but wasn't afraid of it anymore. Down the hallway, Lena stood. Still. A plush owl was clutched tight in her arms. She didn't move forward. She didn't step back. Just stood there. Small. Quiet. Watching. Her gray-blue eyes stayed fixed on Ranger. Not afraid, but not ready. And Ranger didn't wag his tail, didn't growl, didn't try to get closer. He just looked back, with eyes that had clearly seen more than they'd ever told. Eyes that no longer offered explanations, only presence. Evening fell faster than usual. The rain came, not with a roar, but slow and stubborn. A quiet drizzle that clung to everything like the sky itself was too tired to hold in its feelings any longer. Ranger didn't eat dinner. Lena didn't sleep. Isla stood in the middle of the living room, her shift watch still on her wrist. She looked toward the kitchen, where Ranger lay motionless, his head turned toward the hallway. Then she turned toward Lena's room. The door sat half-closed. No sound. Between those two silences was Isla. One child who didn't speak, and one dog who didn't bark. She felt like an interpreter caught between two languages she didn't understand, standing in that still space, hoping some invisible thread would finally stretch across and tie them together. Night deepened. Rain traced slow paths down the window pane. Droplets like unfinished thoughts, slipping quietly down glass. Isla turned off the lights in the living room and walked toward the stairs. But just before she turned the corner to head up, she stopped. Looked back. Ranger was still lying down. But his head was raised now. And his eyes. They weren't looking at the floor anymore. Ranger was watching Lena's door. Not like a guard dog, not like a predator, like a sentinel. A quiet soldier standing watch, not out of duty, but because something in that silence sounded like himself. That evening, the sky just kept weeping. Rain pattered steadily against the glass, smearing faint reflections like slow memories melting down the walls. No one spoke. Ranger stayed curled near the soft barrier, ears up, eyes wide, body still. Waiting, like he was searching for something familiar, something he couldn't name. The first thunder cracked through the night, low and deep. The whole street seemed to tense. Far off, other dogs barked in response, high-pitched, sharp, anxious. Ranger didn't join them. His body tightened, a reflex from another life, from another time. Shoulders coiled, breath held. But he didn't howl, he didn't bark. He just stood, head lowered slightly, eyes scanning the unfamiliar house, listening. Then, from the other end of the hall, Lena opened her door. No one called her, no one told her to, but she opened it and stepped out. Lena still had her stuffed bear in her arms. Its fur was worn thin. One ear drooped slightly, misshapen from too many washes. She hugged it to her chest, bare feet pressing against the cool wooden floor. A draft slipped through the hallway, brushing past her hair and sending a few tangled strands down over her forehead. Lena didn't run. She didn't retreat into her room like she usually did. She walked forward, slowly, toward Ranger. Ranger didn't move, didn't step back. He stayed exactly where he was. His eyes met Lena's, not in challenge, not in question. Just presence. When there was only a single breath of space left between them, Lena stopped. Her lips pressed together, holding something in. Then they parted. Sit. Just one word, soft as a sigh, and Ranger obeyed. No hesitation, no need to repeat it. He lowered his body gently, sat on the floor, quiet but ready. Lena didn't smile, but she tilted her head slightly, like she'd just heard something the rest of the world couldn't. Good boy. 3 words. So small, but enough to stop the entire room. Then she turned. Without drama, without rush. Just turned around and walked back to her room, still holding that tired little bear against her heart. Ranger stayed seated, didn't wag, didn't follow, but his eyes they followed, tracking her steps, not with excitement, not with hope for a treat, just quietly. From the corner of the kitchen, Edna stood still. She had seen Lena communicate before through glances, through toys, through silence. But this was the first time she'd ever heard the girl speak, without prompting, without a puppet or a picture card or a therapist sitting beside her. Just her voice, to a dog. Edna's hands trembled slightly as she reached into her apron pocket for her phone. She didn't say a word. Didn't add a caption. She simply recorded the few seconds from Lena's first step to Ranger's gentle sit. Then sent the clip to Isla, who was still mid-shift at the hospital. When the screen dimmed, Edna didn't move right away. Her heart was racing, but steady. In a house that had once felt cold to the bone, something had just awakened. It wasn't magic, it was understandable, and it had started with one small command, and one patient sits. That evening, the rain didn't stop. Gray streaks raced down the windows, like a clumsy brush dragging across a painting that had already been pale and quiet for too long. Thunder rolled again, heavy and distant. Dogs barked across the neighborhood, one after another, their voices rising in a chain of restless warning. But Ranger didn't join them. Instead, in the dim shadows of the kitchen, Ranger tensed and rose to his feet. His eyes scanned the corners of the room. Quiet, focused, as if searching for something hiding behind a closed door. Something only he could feel coming. At the end of the hallway, Lena's bedroom door slowly opened. She didn't run. She didn't press her face to the wall or crawl under the bed like she used to when loud noises broke the night. She just stepped out, her old stuffed animal tucked against her chest, bare feet padding across the cool wooden floor. There was no rush, no fear in her steps, just stillness. Quiet resolve. Ranger didn't move. Lena walked closer to the soft gate, just a few feet now between her and Ranger. Her eyes held no fear, but they weren't exactly warm either. Just steady. Like she was studying something familiar, yet unknown. Like she was looking at a memory. That had never been hers, but felt like it should have been. Ranger stood completely still. His ears twitched lightly. His eyes didn't blink. Lena stopped. She didn't call his name, didn't ask anything. She simply said, just loud enough to rise above the rain outside, "Sit." A simple word, but no one in the house had ever heard Lena give a command so clearly, not through a toy, not through a talking app, not with a puppet in her hand, just her voice, alone, and Ranger obeyed, lowered himself slowly, gently, no hesitation, no pause. Lena watched him for a few seconds. She didn't smile, but her eyes softened just a little. Like still water, when the wind finally calms. "Good boy." 3 small words. Then Lena turned. Didn't wait for a response, didn't look back. She walked back to her room and closed the door behind her, and left behind a silence that felt different than before. Ranger didn't stand. He didn't follow. He stayed right where he was, sitting, eyes fixed on the door that had just closed. At the far end of the hallway, Edna stood half hidden behind the kitchen doorway. She'd seen it all, every footstep, every word, every tiny shift in breath. Her hands trembled slightly as she lifted the old phone from her apron pocket. Just a few seconds of footage, long enough to capture a girl's first spoken command, and the dog who listened. No need for captions, no need for miracles. Edna didn't hesitate. She hit send. The message traveled quietly through the storm, landing on Isla's phone, vibrating on the metal desk inside the hospital's break room. Isla picked it up between charts, waiting on lab results from a critical trauma case. She tapped the screen, and the world paused for a beat. The video was only 15 seconds long, but time stopped the moment Isla saw it. Her daughter is not laughing, not playing, connecting, a real connection, no fanfare, no big gestures, just Lena speaking a short sentence, and Ranger sitting quietly, listening. Tears hit the screen. Isla wiped them away quickly, but she couldn't hide the flood that had just opened inside her. It wasn't certain. It wasn't some loud, triumphant promise. It was just one word: hope. Not a declaration, not a headline, just a quiet seed planted in the dark. No one said anything. There was no big moment that marked it. But from that morning on, something began to shift. Softly, like underground water slowly finding its way through the cracks beneath the stone. Ranger began eating more. But only when Lena was near. If she didn't show up, he would just stand over the bowl. Still, waiting. No whining, no pacing, just stillness. And when Lena finally stepped in, her old stuffed bear always tucked close, Ranger would lower his head and begin to eat, one bite at a time. Slow, careful, like he was trying to savor the closeness. From then on, Lena developed a new rhythm, a quiet habit. Every morning, she would stand by the kitchen doorway, holding her bear, watching the stretch of hallway where Ranger always passed after breakfast. No one told her to. No one reminded her. But she waited. Same spot, same stillness, like her body had created its own clock, set only to the sound of Ranger's soft paws tapping across the wooden floor. Isla watched at first from a distance. She didn't ask questions, didn't interrupt. But she noticed something. Each time Ranger appeared, Lena would tilt her head slightly. Blink. Then glance toward the door, that small, silent glance children give when they want something, but don't know how to ask yet. It was the same look she used to give her favorite toys. Only this time, it wasn't a toy. There was warmth in it now, real presence. Connection not to something lifeless, but to something alive. One evening, while Isla was folding laundry in her room, she heard something unexpected. A sound so soft it almost disappeared into the hush of the night. Not a word, not a sentence, just a breathy, fragile thing, like wind slipping through leaves, a laugh. So faint it could have been a memory. Isla froze. Was that? She stepped quietly down the hall, heart thudding, peered through the small gap in Lena's door. And there it was. Lena, sitting cross-legged on the floor, leaned back gently against the bed. Ranger lay beside her, his big body stretched across the cream-colored rug, his head resting on Lena's legs. Every so often, his ears twitched with the breeze from the window. In Lena's hands was a star map. Her small finger moved slowly from cluster to cluster, tracing the glowing dots. And her voice was speaking, whisper soft, steady, as if she was telling the sky her secrets. Lyra, Orion, Canis Major. The words came gently, not loud, not perfect, but they were words, real ones. For the first time, Isla saw her daughter sharing something, without a toy, without a voice box, without a stuffed animal whispering for her, just her, speaking to someone who could listen. Ranger didn't understand constellations, but Ranger didn't leave. He didn't fall asleep. He just stayed curled against her side, eyes half closed, as if he knew that the meaning wasn't in the stars. It was in being there. That was the meaning. Isla brought her hand to her mouth, not to quiet herself, but to hold that moment, keep it whole. She slowly pulled the door closed, carefully, quietly, like sealing a memory in glass. And in that brief click, as the latch slid gently into place, Isla knew. This house, once full of empty spaces, had just found something that fit. A piece that had been missing. A world was forming, quietly and slowly, right here on the bedroom floor. And in that world, her daughter had finally found someone to speak to. Someone who didn't ask for anything. Someone who simply listened. The old silver RV sat silent at the edge of a forgotten field, just off a long abandoned highway. Its shell was pocked with rust, windows spiderwebbed with cracks. But inside, everything was arranged with eerie precision. Maps, tiny surveillance cameras, ropes, notebooks, photographs, and one worn-out leather collar with a single word etched into it. Ranger. Derek Lane sat beneath the dim flicker of a ceiling flashlight. His eyes were dull, sunken, and endless, like a dry well. His bony fingers turned each brittle page of an old case file, one after another, slow and angry. Then he paused. There it was, a blurry printed photo. Ranger standing tall beside Officer Jenkins, back when both were still proud symbols of the K-9 force. Derek clenched his jaw until it cracked. "You," he growled through his teeth, eyes flashing red. "You're the reason I lost everything." 6 years ago, Derek had been head trainer at the Jefferson State K-9 Center. Back then, he was a star, a man with a name. Until it all came crashing down. A series of leaked videos. One after another, they showed Derek using stun batons, choke leashes, and brutal restraints, all under the name of obedience training. Ranger had been the first to fight back. During one particularly violent session, Ranger had lunged not out of fear, but to protect Jenkins, who was trying to stop Derek from going too far. Derek's arm had been grazed, a shallow wound, but deep enough to ignite everything that followed. An internal investigation, media attention, hearings, public outrage. The result: he was stripped of credentials, fired from the program, and blacklisted from every official registry. In one scandal-filled spring, Derek Lane lost it all. But rage like his doesn't just fade, it sinks in, festers, hardens. Now, knowing that Ranger was still alive, adopted by some pediatric surgeon named Isla Carter, living in some quiet suburban neighborhood, it was too much. The hate reignited, hotter, darker, focused. He couldn't track Ranger through official systems. His name had long been blacklisted. But old grudges have back doors. A former coworker, now managing a wholesale feed distributor, passed him a quiet tip. "Ranger," the guy said, barely above a whisper, "was adopted out last month. Pediatric doctor, female, lives on Rosewood Lane near Fairhill General." That was all Derek needed. He turned toward the wall of his RV, where red string stretched between push-pinned photos, scribbled notes, and a grainy printout of a quiet neighborhood map. His hand reached out slowly, and gently he tapped one name: Isla Carter. His breath slowed, not with hesitation, but calculation. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the RV's sides like a warning. But inside, Derek Lane had already decided. If Ranger had chosen to protect her, then she would pay the price too. Jake didn't sleep that night. He tried. He really did. He lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling of his small apartment, listening to the soft hiss of his daughter's breathing machine. Every few minutes, it made this soft little beep, steady, fragile, like a heartbeat learning to trust the world again. He turned his head. Nora was still curled up in the blanket with her favorite pink beanie, the one with the tiny embroidered heart on the side. She looked peaceful. Too peaceful. Like if you blinked, she might just disappear into the night. Jake got up, made coffee, then poured it down the sink without drinking it. He picked up the photo again. The one Derek gave him. Ranger. The woman. The little girl. That dog didn't look dangerous. He didn't look like a killer. He looked like someone who had been through hell and survived anyway. Someone who finally found a place where he didn't have to flinch every time a door slammed. But none of that mattered now. Not when a man like Derek Lane had decided that Ranger wasn't allowed to heal. By the time dawn broke, Jake had a plan. It wasn't a good one. It wasn't even a plan, really. Just a choice. The kind that rips you in two no matter which way you go. He told himself he'd only scout the place. Just look. No action, no contact, just eyes. So he drove. Quietly. Window cracked open, letting in the cold fall air. The kind that bites your skin a little. The kind that reminds you you're still here. When he got to Springwood, everything looked exactly like the photo. Peaceful. Painted fences. Kids' bikes left in driveways. Wind chimes tinkling in slow rhythm. A place where pain didn't show itself out loud. Jake parked 2 blocks down and walked the rest. Number 109. White door. Small garden with yellow daisies. The woman wasn't outside. The little girl wasn't either. But Ranger was in the yard, behind a low gate, just lying there. Sunlight warming his fur, ears twitching every so often, like he was still halfway in soldier mode. Jake stopped in his tracks. For a second, He swore the dog looked right at him, like he knew. Jake's throat tightened. He looked away, counted 3 breaths. Then he turned to go, but then something happened. Ranger stood up. Didn't bark, didn't growl, just stood, like an old memory waking up in slow motion. Jake didn't move. He just stood there, hand curled into a fist at his side, eyes locked with Ranger's. There was no hatred in that stare, no fear either. Just something older, something sad. Like Ranger was saying, "You too, huh?" And Jake, he felt it. He turned, walked fast back to the truck, got in, slammed the door shut. He sat there for a long time, engine off, heart pounding. Then he pulled out his phone. He looked at the number Derek gave him. His thumb hovered over the call button. He didn't press it. He looked at Nora's photo on his cracked dashboard screen. Then he threw the phone onto the passenger seat, buried his face in his hands, and whispered the only thing that felt real anymore. "I can't do this." Outside, the wind picked up. Leaves danced across the street like tiny pieces of truth no one had time to gather. And in the backyard of number 109, Ranger sat down again. Not because someone told him to, but because sometimes, when the past comes knocking, you just wait. Wait, and hope it chooses not to come in. "There are some pricey things in that house," Derek said. "Pediatric health monitors, treatment records from the children's hospital, a few specialized medical devices. I know how to unlock the system. But I need someone to go in first. Check the layout." Jake didn't say anything for a moment. Then he asked, "Why me?" Derek leaned in, eyes sharp and cold. "Because you used to follow my orders. And because you're desperate." That word hit like a punch to the ribs. Jake stared at the floor, his thoughts a storm of guilt and survival. But somewhere underneath it all, soft and steady, came the voice of his daughter. Nora, like a whisper from her hospital bed, reminding him of all those nights he sat next to her, adjusting the oxygen tube. The mornings he woke to her lips pale and fingers cold. Logic didn't stand a chance. Derek slid a laminated ID card across the table. It read, "Northwoods HVAC Technician. You don't need to take anything. Just get inside, check the rooms, and note if there are any cameras. Confirm what's there. I'll handle the rest. After it's done, we split. 45 grand. Jake didn't pick it up. Not then. But 3 days later, when the doctor called and said Nora had to be admitted again, her heart skipping too many beats, Jake stopped looking for the right choice. He just needed one that worked. A week passed. Then came Wednesday afternoon. It was the day Edna, the housekeeper, usually stayed home alone. Jake showed up at 109 Springwood right on time. Wearing the jacket, holding the toolbox. Around his neck, a plastic tag that said, "Doug Rivers, Technician." Edna answered the door. Careful. A little wary. But when Jake mentioned the Emerson model furnace, an older unit known for shutting down without warning, she nodded and let him in. "The lady of the house is at work. Little Lena's in her room. Please, don't make too much noise," she said. Her voice trembled just a little. Jake gave a small smile. Of course. He stepped inside. Every inch of his body felt heavy, like he was carrying the weight of every night Nora had ever coughed in her sleep. He moved slowly through the kitchen, noted the corners, counted the possible camera mounts. Glanced through the back window, scanned the yard. The old military training kicked in, filing it all away like a blueprint etched into his brain. Then he left. Before he walked out, Jake dipped his head and thanked Edna. She had no idea that inside his toolbox, tucked under the socket wrenches, was a pencil-sketched floor plan of the house her little girl called home. Later that afternoon, just as Edna stepped out of the grocery store with a bag full of produce, She felt someone block her path in the narrow alley behind the shop. She froze. The man didn't remove his hood, but the voice, low and cold and too familiar, she recognized it right away. "Edna," he said softly, "I think we need to talk." She gripped the bag tighter, her fingers curled around the plastic like it was the only shield she had. "I don't have anything to say to you." Her voice didn't shake, but her heart did. And standing across from her, in the shadows, Derek Lane smiled. The kind of smile you don't see with your eyes? Just feel like a draft of wind through a door you thought was locked. "What about your son?" Derek's voice was calm. Too calm. He tilted his head like someone reading the last page of a story they already knew. "He's still on probation, right? 11 months out. Not a bad record, but not clean enough to stay out if things go sideways again." Something in Edna's chest tightened. Derek took a slow step back, pulled a small bottle from the inside of his coat. Clear. Labeled in plain black print. Ketavet, veterinary use only. "Just mix this into Ranger's food," he said like it was no big deal. "1 dose, that's all. The dog goes to sleep. No barking, no harm. I get what I came for, and I'm gone. Your son? Clean slate. And that little girl Lena, she'll never even know." He placed the bottle into her apron pocket and disappeared through the back door without another word. That night, the kitchen was too quiet. No smell of fresh cornbread, no humming, no rattling pans or warm light from the oven. Just Edna, sitting alone at the table. In front of her, the bottle rested in a small patch of light from the overhead bulb. The glass glinted softly, like it had breath. A few feet away, Ranger lay curled near the fireplace. His dark coat rose and fell with a steady rhythm. He wasn't asleep. Not all the way. Just resting. The way soldiers do. Alert, even in silence. From the hallway, a slice of light peeked through Lena's cracked bedroom door. She was coloring again. On the paper, a big blue sky took up half the page. In the middle, drawn with the thick hand of a child, a German shepherd stood beside a star. Above it, 3 letters scrawled in uneven crayon, Friend. Edna stood up. She walked slowly to the counter, picked up the food bowl. Her hand hovered over the kibble, fingers brushing the bottle cap. Just a little. That's all it would take. But then Ranger moved, not a bark, not a growl, just opened his eyes and looked at her. No judgment, no fear, just a gaze so steady. It was almost human. Like he was saying, "I trust you." That was what broke her. Her fingers loosened. The bottle slipped from her grip and rolled across the floor. A soft click echoed through the room as it hit the tile. It didn't break, it didn't spill, but something in Edna cracked wide open. She bent down slowly, picked up the bottle, and placed it high on a shelf, far from anyone's reach. Then she turned around, walked over to Ranger, pulled a blanket off the couch and tucked it around him, careful not to disturb his breathing. He didn't flinch. He didn't move. He just let her do it. No one else in the house ever found out. No one knew how close Edna had come to crossing that line. But Ranger knew. And she knew that he still trusted her anyway. Only Ranger saw it. Only Ranger felt it. That silent stare of his never left the hallway. Rain had started falling sometime after 9. It wasn't loud. Just soft, steady drops tapping the roof and sliding down the living room window in long, trembling lines. The kind of rain that didn't storm. It lingered. Quiet, but heavy. Like it was holding something back. The wind crept in too. Not strong, but sharp enough to make the little house feel colder than usual. Quieter than usual. Heavier. At the hospital, Isla was still in surgery. a fragile heart valve, an older patient, the kind of case that balanced right between life and death, and Isla was the only one calm enough to handle it. Her phone? It was in the locker room, far away from the operating table, out of reach. Back at home, Lena began to tremble. She curled tighter under her blanket, breathing fast. Her cheeks flushed deep pink, her forehead burned hot. She murmured soft sounds in her sleep, unfinished thoughts slipping out like pieces of dreams. Edna had just started steeping ginger tea when she heard a cough from Lena's room. She rushed in, pressed the back of her hand to the girl's forehead. Cold fingers met skin that was far too hot. Panic rose quickly. She tried calling Isla again and again. No answer. Edna's hands shook as she spooned a few sips of water into Lena's mouth. She whispered prayers she hadn't said in years. She could feel Lena's breathing changing, shallower, slower. It was too dangerous to wait. So Edna wrapped Lena in a blanket, grabbed her raincoat, and got ready to carry her to the nearest clinic just a few blocks away. She opened the front door and froze. Out by the edge of the street, tucked behind some trees, was an old RV parked crooked near the fence. Its headlights had just gone out. No sound, no movement. But something about it felt wrong, like it was watching, waiting. Edna's chest tightened. She shut the door fast, turned the locks one by one, then rushed to check the back doors and windows. But she was too late. A small sound came from the kitchen. It wasn't loud, just a soft click, like an old cabinet door creaking open all on its own. To someone else, it might have been nothing. But Edna had lived long enough to know the difference between a house settling and a house being breached. She flicked on the kitchen light. Nothing. The power was out. Every light was dead. Someone had cut the fuse from the outside. All she had now was a tiny flashlight in her hand. Its beam flickered, weak and shaky like her grip on it. Ranger had been dozing by the couch. But when the lights died, he rose. He didn't bark, didn't growl. He just turned his head slowly toward the back door, eyes locked on the last sliver of light before it vanished. Someone was inside. The house didn't feel like home anymore. It felt hollow, stretched, like something dark was crawling through it, hiding in the corners, tasting the air. Ranger moved, one step at a time. Quiet. Focused. He walked toward the hallway that led to Lena's room. "And Edna?" She turned to shout, to call out his name, but then she saw it. A figure, low to the ground, slipping past the fridge, like a predator crawling just beneath sightline, waiting to strike. Her flashlight quivered in her hand. Its shaky glow caught just enough to see it. A dark jacket. A jagged scratch of metal gleamed from something clenched in the figure's fist. And in that moment, Edna knew. This wasn't just a break-in. It was a hunt. Derek. Edna whispered the name inside her own mind, like a memory she'd buried deep, a ghost she prayed would never come back. But now, he had. From Lena's room, a sound drifted out, barely audible. A weak, wheezing breath, like a baby calling out in her sleep. Not loud, but enough. Ranger heard it. And in that moment, everything stopped. There was no command, no whistle, no voices calling his name, just scent, and a promise that had never needed words. Behind Edna, a shadow moved. Her flashlight trembled in her hand, the beam landing on half a face twisted with control and cruelty, cold eyes, the same eyes that once trained Ranger through fear and submission. And now, they were back. Ranger let out a low growl. the first sound like that since he came to this house. Derek stepped into the kitchen, as if he still owned the place. In his left hand, a small canvas bag inside, coiled rope, duct tape, and a high-frequency sound device. In his right, a carved wooden baton, its tip whittled to a sharp, brutal point. He moved slowly, deliberately, confident this would go the way he wanted, because what he wanted wouldn't run, couldn't hide. Edna's flashlight shook somewhere behind him, barely holding its glow. But it wasn't the light that stopped Derek. It was Ranger. The metal bowl on the floor still held untouched food. No bite marks, no scratches, and the faint scent of tranquilizer still lingered in the air. Derek narrowed his eyes. Still stubborn, he muttered, like the past had just punched him in the chest. He turned toward the hallway. And there he was, Ranger, standing like a statue carved out of iron. No bark, no step forward, no retreat, just there, blocking the way, holding the line between darkness and a child's door. His paws were planted wide and steady, shoulders tight, ears locked forward, eyes unblinking, not asking, not warning, commanding. Derek's hand twitched. He pulled out a small device from his pocket and clicked the center button. A high-pitched sound rang out. Not loud, not to human ears. But Ranger heard it. His head jerked, ears flattened. His body trembled for a split second, like something invisible had sunk claws into his bones. His eyes squeezed shut. But his legs? They never moved. Not one step. Ranger stayed, like he was saying, without a sound, "You will not pass me." The pain sliced through Ranger's body like a blade against raw nerve. Derek knew this sound, this frequency. He had used it on the toughest K9S in the state. Ranger had been the hardest to break, but Derek believed one thing. If you keep pressing long enough, they all break. Then, a voice, so soft, it almost got lost in the air. Ranger. Lena's voice, thin as breath, but real. Too real. It hit like lightning. Derek flinched. Ranger opened his eyes. And something changed. Gone was the flinch. Gone was the shake. What rose up now wasn't fear. It was fire. Ranger crouched low, shoulder blades pulling tight, hind legs coiled. The growl in his throat started quiet, but deep. It didn't need to be loud. It just needed to be true. Derek's hand moved, reaching to turn the dial higher. Too late. Ranger launched. 3 seconds. That's all it took. 70 pounds of muscle flew across the kitchen and slammed into Derek's chest. He crashed backwards into the cabinets. The device shattered as it hit the floor. The baton flew toward the sink. Before Derek could even gasp, Ranger was on him. Breathing hot, teeth bared, foam at the corners of his mouth. But Ranger didn't bite. He growled, face to face. It wasn't a sound of rage. It wasn't violence for the sake of it. It was a warning, pure and primal. Derek tried to shove up, but Ranger raised one paw and pinned his wrist hard to the ground. Not enough to snap bone, but enough to say, "Stay down." A minute passed. Felt like a lifetime. At the end of the hallway, Edna found the backup light switch and flipped it on. The dim yellow glow spilled across the room like sunrise breaking into a war zone. There he was, Ranger, standing over Derek. Chest heaving, eyes sharp and locked. A thin line of blood ran down his side. The frequency had burst old blood vessels from past wounds. But even through pain, Ranger didn't blink. Didn't budge. In Lena's room, silence. She'd slipped into sleep. Spent. But even in dreams, maybe, just maybe, she knew who stood guard outside her door. Derek squirmed. Ranger growled once, just once. It was not fear, it was not obedience, it was a choice, and for the first time, Ranger wasn't following anyone's command. A sudden clash of metal shattered the stillness. Derek, desperate, had grabbed a steel rod from beside the broken counter. He struck. It landed hard against Ranger's shoulder. A sharp crack rang out. Blood sprayed in a fine arc across the cold kitchen floor. Ranger hit the ground with a thud, curled in, wheezing. His breath came fast and jagged, like even air was now something he had to fight for. Derek stood over him, teeth clenched. One more swing, one more blow. But then, a sharp crack echoed from the doorway behind him. Not a punch, not a bark, a gunshot. The wooden chair cracked hard against his back. Edna's hands were shaking, but her eyes stayed sharp. She didn't scream, didn't say a word, just held on to that chair like it was the last piece of her she still recognized, like it carried everything she still believed in. Derek stumbled forward, snarled, then spun around. "You old hag!" His hand came fast, one hard shove. She went down. Her head struck the corner of the kitchen cabinet with a soft, awful thunk. Just a tiny sound, but the kind that breaks everything. She didn't move. The overhead light cast a dull glow across her silver hair, now spilled across her face. No one could tell if she was breathing. Then, the back door flung open. Jake stepped inside, soaked through, boots caked with mud. He hadn't even wiped his face. And he froze. The whole house was silent, but screaming. Blood smeared across the kitchen floor. An older woman collapsed and still. A dog, barely breathing, chest heaving, side bloodied, trying with everything he had to lift his head. And in the hallway, a dim, flickering glow from a nightlight. Then came a child's cough. Weak, ragged. From behind a door. Jake's eyes flicked to Derek, who was fumbling through his jacket for the sedatives. His voice cracked with urgency. "Grab the meds! Let's clean this up!" Jake didn't move, didn't speak. He just stood there, drenched and frozen, staring at Ranger. And Ranger didn't bark, didn't growl, didn't retreat. He lifted his head slowly, painful, and rested it right back down. Right across the threshold of Lena's room, blocking the doorway, guarding it. Breathe shallowly, chest rising and like each inhale hurt. But his eyes, God, his eyes. They didn't ask for help. They didn't beg. They didn't even accuse. They just looked at Jake, calm, steady, like something had already been decided, as if Ranger knew this was it. This was the only place in the world he was supposed to be, and no matter what happened next, he wasn't moving. Even if it meant he'd take his last breath right there on that cold tile floor, guarding the girl who had once said his name like it mattered. Jake swallowed hard. He couldn't feel his fingers anymore, couldn't feel the rain soaking through his sleeves. All he could feel was the weight in his chest, because at that moment, he wasn't looking at a dog. He was looking at loyalty, at love without conditions, at someone who would rather die than step aside. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. The next few lines will change everything. A memory surfaced. It came without warning, soft and sharp, all at once. A little girl is lying in a hospital bed. Her head was wrapped in bandages, a tangle of IV lines beside her. One tiny hand reached out, holding on to him like it was the only thing in the world that felt safe. "Daddy, I really like dogs," she had whispered back then. Jake had laughed and asked her why. She'd answered so simply, so honestly. Because they never leave anyone behind. That sentence, that one little sentence, stuck like a splinter in his throat. Jake looked at Ranger again, Then he turned to Derek, who was still scrambling like a man possessed, shoving whatever he could into a bag, muttering, "Come on, come on." Jake didn't speak. He just turned away, walked slowly toward the back door, each step heavier than the last, like his legs weren't listening to him anymore. And when he stepped outside, he reached back, clicked the door lock shut. Just one soft click, barely a sound. Derek didn't notice. Jake stood there in the rain, closed his eyes for a second, opened them again. Something had shifted. This wasn't about money anymore, or getting out of a bind, or surviving. Something in him had started to crack. Not loudly, just a quiet crack right through the middle of who he thought he was. The sky was still dark. Rain fell softer now, but the cold was seeping through every layer of his clothes. Jake didn't move. Just stood there, drenched on someone else's porch, with blood on his sleeve and shaking hands. He didn't even know whose blood it was. Then, he knocked. Once. Twice. 3 sharp knocks. A light flicked on inside the house next door. A tired old man cracked the door open, his face still half asleep. Jake looked him dead in the eye. No name? No excuses? No time. "Please call an ambulance. There's a little girl in that house," Jake said, voice tight. "She's burning up, and there's a dog, bleeding really bad." The man blinked, confused. "Wait, what happened?" Jake shook his head. "No time, please." The rain picked up again. Somewhere behind him, a dog was still lying across a bedroom doorway, holding the line. Just like he promised. Let me know when you're ready for the next part. It's the moment where the whole story begins to turn. Just a few minutes later, the sound of sirens cut through the rain. Blue and red lights flashed across the soaked windows, painting streaks across the front porch. When the medics rushed in, Jake was already waiting outside. He didn't run. Didn't speak unless spoken to. Just stood there with his head bowed, arms out, palms open to the cold air. A young officer glanced at him, hand twitching near his holster. Jake's voice came low, scratchy like gravel dragging across old wood. "I was part of it," he said. "I came here for the wrong reason. But the man inside, he's the one with the weapon. He's not in control anymore." No one said anything back. One officer stepped forward, didn't cuff him, just told him to sit on the front steps. Jake did. Rain streamed down his boots, soaking the cuffs of his jeans. He didn't move. Inside the house, Derek was still scrambling, stuffing files and vials into a backpack with shaky hands. But before he could zip it shut, his face hit the wall. Hard. The SWAT unit moved like smoke and fire, fast, unspoken, practiced. "You're under arrest for unlawful entry, assault, and possession of equipment intended to harm animals," a deep voice stated, flat and firm. Derek thrashed, yelled, and fought, but as they dragged him outside, he caught Jake's eyes. And for a second, everything stopped. No surprise, no rage, just a hollow, empty look from a man who knew he'd lost a long time ago. Back inside, they were lifting Ranger onto a stretcher. A field medic wrapped gauze tight around the wound, mumbling under his breath. "Blood loss. But he's got a pulse. Still breathing. He's still got a shot." Not far away, another medic was gently wrapping Lena in blankets, laying her on a smaller gurney. Her face was flushed with fever, lips slightly parted, and breath quick and shallow. She didn't wake. But as they moved her toward the ambulance, something happened. Something small. Something no one missed. Her hand, limp at her side, reached out. Just a little. And her fingers found a patch of wet fur at Ranger's neck. She didn't grab, didn't cling, but she didn't let go either, and somehow, that was everything. No one said a word. They didn't have to. Ranger was still unconscious, but maybe, somewhere in that half-dream state, Lena knew. He was still there, just like he promised. Jake watched from a few feet away, his face washed in flashing lights and soft rain. His jacket soaked through, his hands are still trembling, but his eyes, they were different now. No more panic, no more back and forth. Just quiet, like a man who'd finally put down a heavy pack of bad choices and turned around to face the road back. The one that still had time, still had meaning, still had something worth saving. The ambulance disappeared into the night, tires hissing quietly over wet pavement. Jake stood still. He didn't chase it, didn't turn away either, just watched the fading lights until they blurred into the curtain of rain, and then he finally exhaled. A breath long overdue. But for the first time in years, that breath didn't taste like running. It didn't taste like fear. It tasted like a beginning. Inside the emergency vet wing, Ranger was rushed through the doors. Blood still leaked through the makeshift gauze, leaving scattered red trails across the cold metal of the gurney. A young vet jogged over, checking Ranger's pulse with one hand and scanning the wound with trained eyes. "Pulse is weak. Blood pressure's dropping," he called out quickly. "Hook up fluids. Open a line. Page Dr. Hart. If we're 10 minutes late, he won't make it." Across the hall, Lena lay in a pediatric cot, connected to an IV drip. Her cheeks still burned, with lips were cracked and pale, but her breathing had finally begun to settle. A nurse whispered softly, more to herself than anyone else. "Fever hit 104. It's a miracle she got here in time." That's when Isla burst through the hospital doors, still in scrubs, hair tangled. A few faded bloodstains from her last surgery clung to the sleeves of her white coat. She didn't speak, didn't ask questions. She just ran. Straight to her daughter's bedside. Dropped to her knees and wrapped her arms around the fragile little body under the blankets. Her hands trembled, but her eyes stayed fixed on Lena's face, like if she looked away for even 1 second, her little girl might slip away forever. Down the hall, Jake sat alone, his jacket still soaked through. Mud crusted over his boots. No one questioned him. No one tried to move him along. A middle-aged nurse passed by, said nothing. Just set down a small cup of hot tea beside him and walked on. No judgment, no accusation. Just a quiet offering. One human to another. Jake stayed there, still, both hands cradling the cup. Not drinking it, just holding something warm in a world that had felt cold for too long. He watched the red glow of the emergency room door, watched it flicker, then stay steady. And then, Isla stepped out. Her eyes were swollen, her cheeks blotchy, but her voice was calm, softer than he expected. "Why did you come back?" she asked. It wasn't anger, wasn't suspicion. Just a question, like it had been sitting inside her chest, waiting for someone to breathe it into the air. Jake looked down. He didn't answer right away, but when he did, the words came slow, heavy, like each one needed permission to leave his lungs. "Because my daughter," he paused, swallowing hard, "once told me dogs never leave anyone behind." Isla didn't say anything. She just looked at him, and after a moment, she sat down next to him. No words, no invitation, no forgiveness, just sat beside a man soaked through with rain and regret. And in that silence, something softened. It wasn't peace, not yet, But maybe for the first time in a long while, it wasn't war either. But in that moment, the silence didn't feel like distance anymore. It became something else. Softer. Slower. Like an unnamed kind of understanding. A tiny crack in the wall of judgment. Maybe even the place where something could begin again. Inside the ER, Ranger lay still. The heart monitor kept ticking steadily in the background. Dr. Hart peeled off her gloves and finally exhaled. He's stable, no internal damage. But we need to watch him closely. Most dogs wouldn't have made it through an injury like that. But this one... She looked at Ranger, her voice trailing into quiet awe. This one's different. Outside, the rain had stopped. The sky that had been heavy and gray began to tint with the faintest trace of blue. And in the hearts of three souls, a mother, a man who had lost his way, and a dog who refused to leave anyone behind, something shifted. It didn't need to be said out loud. It was just there, real, quiet, and deep enough that none of them would ever be the same again. A week later, the skies were clear. Autumn had started to crisp the air, but the sun still clung to the leaves with a warm, golden light. In the special care unit of the vet hospital, Ranger lay curled on a soft bed. Fresh white bandages wrapped across his back. The wound hadn't fully healed, but his eyes were open now, softer, steadier, no longer caught in that fog between pain and wakefulness. Dr. Hart leaned in gently, stethoscope resting against his chest. "Stable," she smiled, brushing a hand along his head. "Little longer and you'll be back on your feet." Across the corridor, in the children's recovery wing, Lena sat at a small wooden desk. She wasn't speaking, but Isla watched her hands move slow, steady strokes of colored pencil gliding across paper. Not rushed, not random, like soft threads stitching something back together inside her. The first drawing was of a house, the second, a window. The third, delicate and strangely tender, showed a large dog curled at a little girl's feet, and a man standing just outside the frame, in the rain, without an umbrella. Isla paused when she saw it. Just the day before, a letter had arrived from the police department. Inside was a preliminary report on the incident. Jake was still in custody, still under investigation, but the summary read, "Subject turned himself in, cooperated fully, acted to aid victims. Rescue efforts are to be considered a mitigating factor." Isla folded the letter quietly. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to feel. Relief, sadness, or something in between. But one thing was clear. Jake came back, and maybe it came too late. But maybe it saved more than just one night. Maybe it saved everything that still had a chance to be made right. That afternoon, Isla made a quiet decision. She brought Ranger to see Lena. Ranger walked slowly. Each step was still a little stiff, but his tail swayed gently, like the soft hum at the end of a storm. When they entered the room, Ranger didn't bark, didn't whimper. He just lowered his head and gently touched it to Lena's leg, where she sat bathed in the fading light of the day. Lena stopped drawing. Her eyes didn't widen. They didn't sparkle. She just looked at Ranger the way you look at something that has always belonged. And then, no one said a word. But her lips curved, just barely. A smile. Small. Unforced. Real. Isla brought her hand to her mouth, trying to hide the tears rising fast and sharp in her eyes. Ranger laid down beside Lena, resting his head near her foot. His breath slow, steady, not rushing, not tired. Just there. Exactly where he was meant to be. Outside the window, the breeze lifted the edge of the curtain. The sun began to lower, its last golden rays slipping through the glass, brushing over Ranger's gray and gold fur like a warm shimmer of peace. And in that moment, no sirens, no antiseptic smell, no blood, no yelling, just a lit window, a little girl sketching quietly, and a dog who no longer needed to guard himself. Ranger opened his eyes, looking into the distance. For the first time in a very long while. Those eyes weren't tight with pain or fear. They held only one thing now: peace. That night, the wind slipped through the eaves like a whisper that hadn't quite let go. Isla had just brewed a cup of hot tea. She set it gently on the side table near the couch, then sat down, her hands wrapping around the warmth. The lights in the house glowed soft and golden, casting a quiet hush over the unfinished drawing still lying on Lena's little desk. In her room, Lena slept soundly. Her cheeks had turned pink again, her breathing steady, both hands resting on the blanket like she was holding something warm in her dreams. Down the hall, Ranger lay still, but not curled up the way he usually did. Tonight, Ranger lay on his side, his head slightly raised like he was listening. Not with fear, not with alarm, but with a kind of quiet knowing. His eyes blinked once, his ears perked up, then a sound. A soft click. Not from inside the house. Ranger sprang up. No barking, no growling, just a steady, deliberate walk toward the large window facing the backyard. The porch light stretched thin across the wooden fence, barely touching the tall grass waving in the wind. The trees whispered and creaked, but Ranger didn't flinch. There it was, a scent. Faint, but familiar, it clung beneath the smell of wet dirt and autumn wind, a scent Ranger knew too well, the one that once cost blood, the one that nearly stole Lena's life. Derek! Ranger stood motionless for a moment. His nose was nearly pressed to the glass, his eyes narrowed, scanning the thick dark beyond the fence. And then, a shape. Moving along the fence line, low, purposeful, a hand clutching something long and sharp. Not a stick this time, a syringe. Its metal tip caught a sliver of porch light. This wasn't sedation. There was no more mercy in what Derek brought with him. Ranger turned his head toward Lena's room. The door was still cracked open. Inside, she lay curled on her side, one arm around her pillow, hair spread across the sheets like quiet threads of trust. Peace, fragile, undisturbed. Ranger exhaled once, deep, grounding. Then came a bark, not loud, but clear. A warning. And just like that, Ranger dropped low, shoulders tight, and slipped through the back door, the very one Derek had used the first time. No alarm, no shout, only wind, darkness, and the steady, silent stride of something no longer just a K9, but a quiet guardian. Outside, Derek had already crossed the fence. His grip on the syringe tightened, eyes darting like a cornered animal with nothing left but instinct. His clothes were torn, one arm bleeding from the barbed wire. But his gaze was still cold, still calculating. He whispered to himself. This time, no interruptions, no cops, no Jake, no old lady with a chair. He stepped closer to the back door. His hand reached for the latch. Then a blur. No sound. No growl. Just a shape exploding from the shrubs. Black. Fast. Unforgiving. Derek's eyes barely registered movement before it hit him. No hesitation. Not fear. Just Ranger. He didn't wait for a command. No whistle. No handler. Because this wasn't a mission. This was home. And Lena was the one thing Ranger would never let go. The back door cracked open with a sharp click. Derek stepped inside like a shadow. No partners this time. No whispered instructions. No, Jake muttered. Be careful. Just him. Alone. And one thing left in his chest. Vengeance. He clutched the syringe tighter, fingers digging so hard the metal left a red line across his palm. His eyes were bloodshot, no longer calculating, just hollow. Desperate. A gust of wind swept through the open door, stirring the curtains in slow waves, like the breath of something that hadn't fully left the house. Upstairs, Isla stirred. She opened her eyes. There was a soft sound, almost nothing like a chair leg gently scraping across the floor. She reached for her phone. The screen lit up. No signal. Bars blinked, then disappeared. She sat up straight. Downstairs. Ranger emerged from the darkness. Quiet. Grounded. No warning. Lena was still asleep, breathing steadily. One small hand rested near the edge of the bed, catching a slice of warm light from the night lamp. Ranger stood at the threshold of her door, his head lowered, ears alert. Then, a low growl. Not aimed outward. A reminder to himself. Stay calm. Hold the line. Derek crept into the kitchen. The wrist flashlight flicked over dishes, surfaces, corners he'd memorized before. But this time, the silence was louder than anything. No Jake. No footsteps, no strategy, no way out. Just the sound of his own breath, shallow and shaking. He clenched the syringe harder. The beam of his light caught the hallway, then stopped. Ranger stepped forward. Not charging. Not barking. Just appearing. A quiet finality in the shape of him. No announcement needed. That stare, not angry, not afraid, just steady, like a compass needle frozen in place, pointing to the one place Derek would never be allowed to reach. Lena's room! Derek froze. The sound cut through the house like a whip. It wasn't the scream. It wasn't the crash. It was the snap, sharp, final. Metal meeting bone. The syringe clattered to the tile floor, skidding into shadow. The needle twisted, bent, useless. Derek howled, not in rage, in pain. Pure, human, breaking pain. Ranger's jaw was locked around his wrist, not crushing it, but enough to make the message clear. You don't get to decide this ending. Isla stood frozen on the stairs, her breath caught halfway, fists clenched against the railing. She didn't scream again. She didn't move. Because of what she saw, what everyone would remember, it wasn't a dog attacking. It was a protector holding the line. Derek tried to lift his free arm, but Ranger shifted his weight, pinning the man with the strength of purpose, not violence, the way a boulder pins a door shut against a storm. Seconds passed, then a minute. Then, the front door burst open, officers poured in with shouts, commands, and flashlights. But by then, it was over. Ranger had already stepped back. He didn't growl. He didn't chase. He simply returned to the threshold of Lena's room and lie down, head on paws, chest rising. Guarding. One officer knelt beside Derek, now limp on the floor, blood smeared across the tile. His fight was gone. In the quiet that followed, Isla walked downstairs. Her feet were bare. Her eyes were wide but calm. She crossed the kitchen floor, past the broken syringe, past the man who once swore no one could stop him. She knelt beside Ranger. One hand trembled as it met his fur. Ranger didn't lift his head, didn't need to. He had kept the promise. Not just to Lena. To all of them. Behind Isla, one of the officers whispered, "Is that the dog from the Carter case?" No one answered. Because in that moment, the title K9 didn't matter. This was not a trained unit. This was a life one that chose not to run, not to retreat, not to attack for revenge, but to stand and never leave. And then, Ranger turned toward the hallway, not toward the officers, not toward the front door, just the hallway. The soft-lit corridor that led straight to Lena's room. His steps were shaky, each one slower than the last. His legs trembled, but he didn't stop, like something deep inside him refused to give in. Not yet. Not while she was still asleep in that room. The officers fell silent. No one moved. Not even Isla. She just followed a step behind, one hand hovering near his back like she was afraid to touch him too soon. Ranger paused at Lena's door. He looked inside. There she was, curled up under her blanket, soft breathing, tiny fingers resting near her cheek. She didn't stir. She didn't see. But maybe she felt. Ranger lowered himself to the floor. Slowly, gently. Every joint in his body moved, like it had carried not just weight, but memory. He lay down, front paws stretched forward, head resting just outside her door. No growl, no sound, just one long, steady breath. Isla sank down beside him, knees folding under her like they couldn't hold her up anymore. She touched his fur, the familiar rise and fall of his ribs beneath her hand. "You did it," she whispered, her voice cracked with salt and love. "You kept her safe." Ranger didn't lift his head, but his tail moved just once, a soft thump on the wooden floor. Behind them, the police quietly lowered their radios. One of them pulled the front door shut, slow enough that it made no sound. And in that tiny, golden-lit space at the end of a nightmare, there were no sirens, no shouting, no alarms, just a dog who stayed, a woman who finally let go, and a child who could sleep without fear, and that was enough. She didn't have to. The picture said it all. In a world arguing about right and wrong, laws and danger, rules and risks, Lena's drawing held only truth. A window, a girl, a dog, not a threat, not a weapon, just home. Ranger had no press conference, no speech, no way to defend himself against headlines or suspicion, but he had stood his ground. Not because he was told, not because he was trained, but because something inside him knew. This child is mine to protect. Isla looked at the drawing again, the bold, simple lines of a child's heart. No fear, no doubt, just trust. Outside, reporters were still gathering. There were questions waiting, calls coming in, a government inquiry already hinted. But for now, Isla stood up, took Lena's hand, and walked them both back toward the hallway, toward Ranger's room. The door creaked open quietly. Ranger lay on his side, eyes half closed, his breathing steady, the wound on his chest bandaged, the room still and warm. Lena walked forward, holding her drawing like it was made of glass. She knelt beside the bed, careful not to touch the IV, just close enough that Ranger could see. And he did. His eyes opened a little more, his tail tapped once against the pillow. Lena set the drawing down beside him, her fingers brushing his paw. Then, softly, like the wind through the old oak in the backyard, she whispered the first full sentence Isla had heard in days. "You don't have to go anywhere." And with that, the arguments outside faded. The fear softened. And all that remained was a child who believed in a dog, and a dog who had done nothing but prove her right. No more explanations were needed. Some promises don't need words. They're made in silence, and kept with everything you have. Lena took a slow step forward. Her small hand rested gently on Ranger's head, right between his ears. The dog didn't move, didn't flinch, but something in the way his tail tapped the floor, once soft and steady, said more than 100 reports ever could. "Chow biet chu kong sao jo," Lena whispered, as if afraid to wake something fragile. "Chow biet." Ranger didn't bark, didn't whine, just pressed his nose into her sleeve and let out a quiet, warm breath. That was all, but it made Lena close her eyes like her heart had just heard something the rest of the room couldn't. Behind her, Isla stood quietly in the hallway. There were no reporters, no applause, no ceremony. But in that moment, she knew that this was the answer to all the noise, all the doubt, all the things people wrote without knowing a single quiet moment like this. City Hall, upstairs. A windowless room that smelled faintly of printer ink and old carpet. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, cold and steady. Outside, the wind had died down. But inside, tension sat heavy in the air, like fog pressed against glass. Isla sat in the front row, hands clenched tight in her lap. Her mouth was a line of silence. Next to her, a veterinary officer held Ranger's leash. Ranger didn't whimper, didn't shift, just sat still, head tilted ever so slightly, like he was listening. Not to the words, maybe, but to the tone, the room, the weight in the air. At the podium, a representative from the city's veterinary council spoke first. "We confirm that the German Shepherd known as Ranger, a retired K-9 unit, was involved in an incident involving a home intruder. Injuries were sustained by the suspect." Pens tapped nervously against the table. Isla's jaw tightened. A police official followed. "While the incident appears to be defensive, city law requires that any dog involved in causing injury to a human must be reassessed under Municipal Code 7.4.2. Then, a gray-haired councilman leaned forward. His voice was calm, controlled, but cold. "This is not a feel-good story. This is legal protocol. A dog that bites a human under any circumstances must be classified as high-risk pending evaluation. That includes mandatory muzzling in public spaces. In certain cases, the animal may be permanently isolated." The room felt smaller, colder. Isla stood. Her voice didn't rise, but it cut clean through the room. "Ranger didn't attack anyone. Ranger stopped someone who came to kill. The man broke in at night, with a syringe full of poison. He'd tortured this dog before. He came back. And Ranger did exactly what we ask our heroes to do. He protected a sleeping child." She scanned their faces, but none looked at her fully. Their eyes drifted somewhere between paperwork and policy, between fear and facts. "I'm not asking for a parade," she said quietly. "I just want you to see Ranger for who he is, not for what he was trained to be, not for the shadows you're trying to throw over him now, but for the heart still beating in that chest." One young woman from animal control scribbled something onto a form. No nod. No expression. Then they called him forward. Ranger was led into the center of the room. The floor was cold, the ceiling lights too bright. Dozens of eyes stared, but none with warmth. No one said his name. No one asked what he remembered, or what he felt. Just boxes to check, notes to file, words like risk factor, aggression scale, behavioral response. But Ranger stood there, quiet, still, not afraid, not angry, just waiting. As if deep down he knew he'd already answered all of this, not with barks, not with bites, but with the simple, unwavering choice to protect, even if no one ever said thank you. Ranger looked around, ears gently perked. His eyes moved from one person to the next. He didn't understand the words, not really, but he could feel it. They were talking about him. And not in the way humans talk to dogs with laughter or love in their voice. This was different. They were deciding something. And Ranger, he was the one being judged. Isla clenched her hands tighter. She couldn't hold it in anymore. The tears came not from fear, but from something deeper, something quieter. The pain of watching a soul who only knew how to follow orders, now being condemned because no one was giving him one. One dog, one woman, and a room full of people who hadn't seen what mattered most. Later that day, when the sky had turned the color of foggy glass, Ranger lay quietly next to Lena. The soft puff of his fur rose under the thin blanket. The bandages around his chest had been changed clean and were dry now. His breathing was steady and slow, eyes closed, like he was holding on to peace for the both of them. The door creaked open. The footsteps were heavy, measured. Isla turned and froze. A man stood there, soaked from the rain. Dark coat, old cap in one hand. No words, no introductions, just his eyes, and in them years that had passed and years that had broken. "Michael," Isla whispered. Not surprised, not welcoming, just naming what was still unfinished. He gave a small nod, eyes fixed on Ranger. And for a long moment he didn't move. Then, quietly, Michael stepped forward. He stopped at the edge of the bed. Ranger opened his eyes. He didn't growl, didn't bark, but his ears lifted just a little. "You still remember me?" Michael said softly. His hand moved slightly, then stopped mid-air. Isla crossed her arms. Her voice cracked like something that had been sealed too long. "What are you doing here? You left both of them behind. Now you want to come back and play father?" Michael didn't answer right away. His eyes moved from Ranger to Lena, still asleep, curled toward the dog, her cheek resting against his fur. One loose strand of hair fell across her face, like a thread stretched between sleep and sadness.